Morning.
Good morning.
Yo, yo.
If it's morning,
No, it's not. It's not the morning.
might be for him.
Depending on where you are.
Where are you?
Phoenix.
That's not the morning.
I'm being sarcastic. You should get know by this by now.
Yeah.
You
There's
remember
no-
comments and everything.
I see.
Just like how Senor Go's group is gonna change to because Hex, the group name.
Because
Uh-huh.
X. That's funny.
You
Well,
believe in
one-
hex?
No,
he's
it's-
just messing.
in one of the meetings with because Bitcoins, they were basically calling Hex a scam. So that's why I made that day that comment, after watching next day saying they changed the name to because Hex, being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Well, you guys like hex? You like pulse chain? I think Medardo, you told me you did.
I'm invested in it, but it may go
Yeah.
down. You never know.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
And we'll see.
The whole point is keeping your exposure at a reasonable rate with any of these cryptos.
Right. It'd be stupid, I guess, to put most of your money in it.
Yeah. You do have some big whales in there and stuff like that, but there's always potential they'll just hold right into the next bull run and use that as a way to kind of soak the market.
Yeah. Do you like pulse chain hex? Do you like pulse x
I mean, I'm not
as the projects?
particularly, not excited about them. I think they did really well in 2021.
I mean, is hex? Which one are you supposed to pick? Do you just buy all three? I mean, do you need all three, or can you have one
There's
of them?
too many now.
Too
So,
many.
Unless you want to get vested in understanding the entire ecosystem.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Right.
would just say, like, if people are interested in specific ecosystems, understand them well, look at the wallets, understand what's going on, and know that you need to get out at a certain point. Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
inherent risk and everything.
I mean, you would think hex would probably do better in the next bull run.
I don't know. That's the question, right?
Because the community is it's getting bigger and bigger. I've noticed.
Wagner Group in Russia. What happened with the Wagner? I have not looked into it. Or maybe I have, maybe I just don't realize it. Wagner Group, Russia.
They
Oh, you
rebel.
sound tired as hell.
You tired?
I said, you sound tired.
Oh yeah, dude. It's been a crazy week, man. A crazy week. Trying to get everything in order. I was supposed to meet up with a couple of influencers that are out this way to Vegas. I haven't talked to them yet.
Who,
Did they
Benjamin
influence you?
Cohen.
No, it's profits. She has like 30K followers, but she's out this way. Wanted to meet up.
Ben Armstrong.
Russia Wagner Group. The Wagner Group is a private army of mercenaries that have been fighting alongside the regular Russian army. Okay, so it's a mercenary
Wait.
group helping
You're-
the Russians.
You're telling me you didn't hear about this?
Nope.
What
Nope.
happened of the last 2 days? Like there was a coup that Wagner was about to go and take over Moscow and get rid of the people in power. And then they recently signed a deal with Belarus, and a bunch of Russian soldiers actually withdrew from the Russian army and joined Wagner, and they were all about to go to Moscow. They got within 200 miles from Moscow, and then Putin made a deal with them, and now Wagner is going to be dissolved. I don't know the whole story. I could be a little bit.
Made
I
a
know,
deal with them. They're going to get how are they going to dissolve?
It's complicated. I could be wrong, but this is like it's all new news. If you go to Wikipedia, it's a short article on it if you want to read it real quick on what
Says
happened.
why they turned against Putin. Kremlin says deal reached to end Wagner insurrection.
Yeah,
That's the first I've heard of the deal. What I knew more of is that march to Moscow. I just thought it was weird that all of a sudden, like, a bunch of mercenaries turned on Putin.
yeah.
I mean,
And
they'll be
yeah.
killed. That deal's not going to go through. Like he'll be like, yeah, come on over, we'll talk about it, and then he'll fucking kill all of them. But
yeah, no, yeah. The owner of Wagner agreed to it. And now he's going to go to Belarus. That's part of the deal. He's going to go there. I don't know what that means. And then now they're arresting. They said part of the deal was they wouldn't arrest the Russian soldiers that went to Wagner and withdrew from the Russian
Oh,
army.
100% they are.
But they're going to arrest them. They just started doing it. Yeah.
It's
So-
probably the upfront deal was that they wouldn't, but I guarantee behind, closed doors,
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It's
it was
confirmed that
definitely gonna happen.
Yeah, the Russian intelligence service is already arresting them.
Yeah. I mean, news will be news at the end of the day. I'm sure, like, it
Yeah,
didn't
and-
really shake markets, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and they're saying this happened between June 23rd and 24, like 24 hours. The whole thing happened in just 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, you see right here, there's an article from Wall Street Journal where it says why Wagner turned against him. And then literally 17 minutes ago, that was 42 minutes ago. 17
Yeah.
minutes ago, Kremlin says deal was reached.
Yeah,
So-
it's all weird. I think, and
It
I heard
just
there are
happened.
stories. Yeah, there are stories that Wagner was paid by the West to do this, and he told Putin secretly, and they, I guess, planned this. There's also rumors about that.
Well, this could have been all for show too. You have to
Yeah,
consider that also, right? Like Wagner could have still been working with Putin and just done it for show. So
Yeah, and people are saying the $6.2 billion that went missing, I guess, in accounting errors in the U.S. for Ukraine probably went to this. Some people are saying that as well.
yeah, I mean, pennies in the bucket, 6.2 billion.
That's what one guy said. Yeah, he's like, we spend trillions, we lose, we don't know where trillions go. 6.2 is nothing.
Yeah, it's actually sad. I'll tell you that because like you could probably take 10 billion and get all the people out the streets that are homeless, but
Yeah, you
you'd
can put them
rather
in
just send
hotels.
it to shit like this.
Oh, there's more profit in war than that.
Yeah, it's actually it's honestly pathetic of our government, to be honest with you. Oh, we're gonna send Ukraine money, but we got homeless people everywhere. It's blows my mind.
Yeah,
At least
Yeah.
create facilities, right? At the end of the day, try something, do something. You want to better
Right,
the
that's-
world, better your own people first.
that's why you're doing this, right?
That's why I do this, man. I'm helping the people that are here, right?
Will for
People that are
president?
dealing with this stuff. No, I wouldn't. No, I'll tell you, like, if you run for president, you're just running to be a puppet. That's all
Yeah.
you're doing.
No president will fix this country. No, even if they wanted to.
Yeah, I believe that all presidents, either side, doesn't matter, are basically
Yeah.
puppeteered by their party.
Yeah,
So
even if they are actually true to it, and even if they had good intentions, even if they try to be good people as presidents, they just can't. They won't let them do it.
yeah, there's too many blocks.
Yeah, blocks. Yeah.
Let's chat markets real quick. Hold on a second.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's always interesting seeing the world news, I'll tell you that, but like can't change it, guys. Even if you want to be a hero and you want to change the world, probably never gonna happen. So
Well, I was
why
gonna say
not
one more
change
thing.
your own financial situation instead?
The next best thing is to profit from it.
Well, here's the thing: if you profit from it and you truly want to make a change, you make enough profit, you can make changes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's better to make change in your direct community than try to do anything outside of it. If
100%.
everybody
Right.
took their
Like-
own direct community, right, everybody would be better off instead of
Yeah.
worrying about what's going on 2,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Well, if you're helping the people around you, it only comes back to you, right?
Like Sam
Granted-
Bankman-Fried.
A lot of you aren't necessarily around me, but we're in a community together, working together and trying to navigate the markets together. So it's a very similar situation.
right.
I don't know why this thing always pops up like that. Always says something about blah blah blah, but I have like the max package of this thing. All right, so let's see facts. Yeah, yep, definitely. Yeah, and hey, if you want to change the world, same thing. Make money, right? The only way you're changing the world is with dollars, unfortunately.
Dollars.
All right,
But I guess I
Yeah.
have one more question. If we did get rich, I guess there'd be a way to you shouldn't put them all in U.S. dollars. You should have them spread out in gold, silver, Bitcoin. I guess. Like,
if
do you have a
you're-
plan for that? If you ever had $100 million, you wouldn't have it all in U.S. dollars.
I mean, once you get to a certain price tag, it's just maintenance from there. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's not You're no longer. I mean, you can continue to grow. You can use a portion of your portfolio to grow, but like you're in maintenance mode. You want to protect.
Yeah, like protect against inflation.
Just protect your dollars in general, which means that you should be looking for residuals or some way to get, put your money somewhere and get a return on it.
Yeah, passive.
Yep, passive returns once you get to a certain dollar amount, and then you can also, like I said, you can allocate some of it to growth, but your growth is risk, right? It's always risk. That's the thing. A lot of people don't understand when people bet on Tesla when it first came out, there was a lot of inherent risk, and they got rewarded for it, right? When you bet on things like Google, right? When Google first came out, there was a lot of inherent risk, and they got rewarded for it.
High risk.
Those companies could have literally went to zero, any one of them, right? And that's why they were called growth stocks. That's why growth stocks are called growth stocks. But I think it's honestly a little bit obscene that they would still call, $1 trillion cap companies growth stocks. They're not growth anymore. There's no growth left in them, right? You could say, oh, they'll go to 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4. Okay, that's 2x, 3x, 4x.
Yeah.
You're talking nothing in the bucket of actual growth. When you want to see growth, you want to see 10x in 5 to 10 years. You want to see, I wouldn't even go as far to say 100x, because I think that's just obscene for anybody to have those type of expectations. Is it a possibility? 100% it's a possibility. But like, if you put yourself in those expectations, you're going to expose yourself to too much risk. And then if you expose yourself too much risk, you could take too many losses, and you end up actually not gaining anything, or just breaking even for a matter of 3 to 5 year span of trying to invest, and which would be really bad. That's more of a setback than this. Even breaking even, right? Even breaking even is bad if you're in a 5-year span. If you are investing and broke even in 5 years, that's bad. Like you have to fix that.
Yeah.
Right. So,
but
this is
guess,
why.
Sorry, go ahead.
When I go into Twitter and stuff like that, and I speak on spaces, and people are like, "Oh, bonds. Oh, stocks. Oh, yeah. Why are you investing in those when you could just buy Bitcoin?" It's like, you don't understand at all how to invest. You just don't. You have no clue, because you have no way to protect your capital when you invest in one item.
When it comes to you, you allocate risk. When it comes to crypto, you wouldn't put all of it in altcoins. Are you still doing that? What everyone used to do, 90% Bitcoin, Ethereum, 10% altcoins? Because that's I've heard that
it's percentage of percentage, right? So it's how much ever I have allocated in crypto, then I can put much of that into certain. And no, actually, I've seemed to kind of pay attention to the markets. I protect what I have in crypto with some Bitcoin, right? But like, I do allocate pretty heavily to alts. But I do it in a way that's more spread out and makes more sense. Top 10, top 100, super high risk in the curve, 300, 400, coin or whatever. And I break it down. We've discussed it before. I've made a pyramid on it. So.
And I guess my last question is, your expectations for when you invest in altcoins is 20 to 30x, nothing more?
10, right? 10, 20, 30, whatever comes.
Right.
Really, if you're looking at the top 100, it's probably 10, realistically, right?
Top 1,000, maybe 20 or 30.
Could be, might hit 100 somewhere.
Yeah,
but that's just luck.
That's luck.
That's not skill at all.
Yeah.
And really, you could be looking at the best project in the world when it comes to crypto, and the reality is that it just doesn't have the traction, doesn't have the marketing. It has everything to make it a perfect project, but the marketing team's horrible. Mm-hmm. So when you look at it from that aspect, like, you may think you have that 100x, but you may not. And that's why you don't over speculate, aka over invest and do super high risk. So this has been interesting, because I remember a whole lot of people telling me in 2021 we'll never see 50% on dominance again, because altcoins aren't going anywhere. What does this tell you guys? What do you guys think this tells you?
The altcoins are bleeding.
BTC. Yeah, BTC. Everyone's running to BTC.
People are running to BTC. Yeah, we can go with that. What else does it tell you has probably occurred over the past couple of years?
I think new liquidity is flowing into BTC, not necessarily from altcoins, perhaps from other sources. That's what I think anyway.
Yep. That's definitely another one too. I think that's a really solid point. What does it tell you has happened? And I'm saying this past tense has happened to altcoins.
They have lost trust, so people are getting exhausted of thinking altcoins will go up.
I
No,
think there's now too many altcoins battling for the same liquidity, so the strength's reduced. That's what I think.
correct. Yeah, there's not as many altcoins right now, right? Going for the same. There's only certain altcoins that are actually moving in general, right? There's only certain ones that are moving in general. Some are just continuing to roll floors and roll floors and roll floors and lose liquidity and lose liquidity and lose liquidity. You've also had a massive exodus of projects just being done, right? Completely getting wiped out. Altcoin market has actually shrunk.
Yeah.
So when you look at it from that perspective, we'll say inflows for Bitcoin are much more steady than they are for altcoins.
Mhm.
So in that aspect, I would say, Bitcoin is receiving what it's been waiting for, and that's its dominance. So what this kind of tells you here, once you start moving back up, is that you need to continue to pay attention because Bitcoin's going to continue to gain liquidity. Now, the crazy part is does Bitcoin end up forming? And this is something we are talking about in PP the other day. Does it end up kind of coming up and hitting the high here and topping out on previous liquidity, or does it break back into the previous liquidity, right? And when I say liquidity, I'm just talking about price area / dominance area, right? So
Yeah.
this is going to be the interesting place to be watching dominance, because dominance may come up here, hit its head, and not be able to violate this and form a lower high. This would tell me that the market is moving into a panic, right? It might be moving into a growth period. This is very interesting from a price action standpoint or / dominance standpoint. But we do have a big W here, right? This is the other thing that a lot of people didn't really look at as far as where things are. And once we got above on that W, I mean, this is a big move right here in March. And you can move over, big move again here in June, and that's just price following dominance. So it's been very, very, very interesting. We did also kind of move up here, right? And then we also dropped volume over here. And we're still continuing to drop volume on dominance, even though dominance is rising, right? So this is kind of telling me, hey, we're still kind of veering off before the actual boom, which means that this whole thing could come back, and that means that Bitcoin can end up getting wrecked also in the same process. So we'll see how this plays out. Another interesting thing that I found over here was this big old uptrend, right, on RSI. So Bitcoin is continuing to build strength. It's continuing to build, we'll say, attention, so on and so forth. So we're going to see how this kind of plays out, I think, in the next, 10 years or so into 2030. But I think Bitcoin has a pretty bright future the way all this is lining up. You got the downtrend, you got the strong uptrend, you got a similar thing on the stochastic, and we're kind of veering a little bit over where we need to be on dominance, which means dominance may consolidate here, right? Before it ends up making the decision whether it wants to go up or whether it wants to stop and go back down. But this could be the peak of the market right in here, right? So like what I mean by peak of the market is very similar to what we did over here before we ended up running in 2021. We came up sideways, broke up sideways, and then broke down into 2021, right? And that was where the market blew up. And if you look here going into 2021, our first drop was over here in January. But what we saw is a big push off of the slow bleed, right? And then after that, boom, 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 boom. Now, what I'm wondering is we got push, 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 wave one, right? We should get a bleed back, boom, right? And then push, 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 wave 2, and then a bleed back, and then push, 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 right? Wave 3, and then full on capitulation, right? Now, this capitulation on dominance is basically a boom in the market, and we'll kind of see how all that plays out together. But you have 3 moves, and we talked about, I don't know how many times I've talked about 3 moves. Oh, hold on 1 second. I don't know why Magnet is being depicted from Go Back. Control Z. Okay, awesome.
Trading view.
There we go. All right, cool. All right, so expectations are, again, we talked about it. We said 1, right? So impulse into impulse, and that's your pullback into impulse, right? So you get boom, pullback, boom, pullback, boom, double top, drop. Now, will we see that again? The expectation again over here. And what I want to do, and the reason I'm talking about this is because I want to see what happened here, because I think this is where we're at here. And I want to see what happened here to push it back up. So we're basically going through 18, dropping down to 19 right here, right? So 18 and 19, boom, back up and 19, boom, 20, boom. So 18, 19. Where are we at right here? August 18th to September. Let's look at September 18th on Bitcoin, 2018. That one doesn't have enough history. Maybe I got a BLX up somewhere. All right, let's close that. I don't know why I have to sit here and do this. All right, we're gonna come back over here. That's price. This is okay. Okay, cool. Atom looks pretty interesting. Let's go B. And we'll get into traditionals too, because I think there's some interesting information there too that might create some buying opportunities. BTC, USDT. Let's go. I think I BLX. There we go. All right. So over here. All right, 2018. And I have all the cycles mapped out here, bear bull to accumulation, which right now we're in that accumulation. If you look here, accumulation still has a while, guys. Like, man, a crazy amount of time left in accumulation. That's why like people are speculating just some crazy move, right? I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's what I've heard on Twitter a lot. Like, it's over. We're going up now. Like,
Yeah. I keep on. I have these conversations with people, and I'm not going to argue with them about it. They can just figure it out themselves when it never happens. Bitcoin will be Bitcoin at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Bitcoin can trade this middle line all at once, come up, hit this middle, and kind of play across it. But ultimately, I think it tries to play to the lower end band before the next halving, which we technically haven't done yet, but that could still be, in these upper ranges if that occurs. Let's see. Yeah, 2022. Yep, right in there. All right, so let's get into 2018. So this is our 18 bottom, and this is where I think basically we were. So 18, 19, as you can see right in there, price didn't really do a whole lot, right? So we come back over here and we look at 18. So what we want to see is August and September of 18. All right, so let's go monthly. And let's look for August. Yeesh, I hope that doesn't happen. August, September of 18. Here's your capitulation. Drop, right? Now, what I want you guys to understand here, look, August, September, October, November. Now you have a massive drop here on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Not saying that's going to happen, but December, yep, it goes right into the pullback, right? And in April of 19 to May, June, July, you start to see the pump. So April, where are we at? 19. Yeah, right here. Look, first pump candle, second pump candle, third pump candle. And so this is your pump out of the move. Now we very well could be, because it looks like when we look at it from this perspective over here, let's get rid of some of this. It looks like we got above what I was considering resistance, and that was basically on that doji. Broke above it, pulled back, found support. Now, there's potential we ride this and maybe get another move up. But man, this, I mean, I'll be real, this doesn't look good. It does not look good. It's like we bounced out the middle here. And we're kind of up. I mean, we have room to come up more, right? And reach that. But like, where do you go from there? Because you're coming into the halving. I guess you could come back down to 30. If Bitcoin can get to 50K, you're good, right? If it can get to 50K, and what I mean by that, you're like, holy shit, it's already going by then. No, if it can get to 50K, you don't have to worry about coming down further, in my opinion. But if it stays here and starts to pull under this resistance, there's probably a good chance you're gonna make a deeper move out of that, right? So we need to go up before down. So
that resistance is 30K.
If Bitcoin comes up, hits the 50K marker, right? It will more than likely come back down to 30 and use 30 as the support, and then move out from there, right? This will be your bull run, your catastrophic move. You can see right here, boom, 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 right? This is your halving position right over here. Your halving actually occurs in the gray, like right in here. Actually, I think I have it on. Let me see. I don't know why that's not working. Okay. Oh, right here. It's countdown. Yeah, I mean, this thing has the halving way out here.
In May of 2024.
Is that 28? This thing's high. I have the halving right here.
Yeah.
So kind of in the gray zone. Previous halving was like right in here.
May 2020.
And then other halving was like somewhere in here. And other halving was right here. You can see it. So actually, I think if we put this on the weekly, yeah, there we go. Okay. So I was close. It's really close. So right in there, right in there. This is your end halving. And then your next halving will be somewhere over here. So you can see these red lines. These are basically timed out positions. So if I put this back on the monthly, there's all your halvings. As you can see, the halvings typically occur in the accumulation zone. And then the bull run typically happens directly after, right? So boom, 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 drop, 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 halving, breakout. So and we actually had a lower dip here, kind of like what we had over here, right? So you had the upper move here, so you kind of held the upper trend, but here you dipped below it. So there's a really good chance you fall back down again before you break out. Now, this channel I drew here, right? This is one I just drew out. And I drew out this channel based off of where the tops were and obviously the bottom, right? So the bottom of the first market pretty much landed right on top of the top of the last market. So this is like your very first Bitcoin move, pull back, breakout, support, pop up, drop down, upper band. See your lower band, upper band, and now we're moving back to lower band. So we need to revisit the lower, in my opinion. Now the question is the market more tilted like this? Which would mean, you know, we've kind of touched that lower end, or is the market more tilted the other way that I had it? But we can go with this one. The reason I went the other way is because you kind of had the lower move here. And so now, if it is this way, this is a roll bottom, which means we're gonna, you know, come up really hard and probably draw back really hard into like, you know, 50K. That would mean that we're gonna get a ripper all the way back to all-time high. And I think this is what a lot of people are thinking. And I don't see that. I don't see that at all. Because historically, it's just never happened before the halving, right? And I know
Yeah.
there's a lot of people like, oh, don't for your cycles. Those people are they don't know what they're talking about. Look, if the market proves me wrong at the end of the day, the market proves me wrong. I'm going to be open and transparent to you guys, okay? But until the market proves me wrong, historical data is all you have. If you say anything other than course historical data, you're basically just making stuff up, right? That's really all it is at the end of the day. It's almost like going in and saying, you know, 5 + 5 = 10. And then all of a sudden you come out and you say, well, that's only in certain situations. In some situations, it could mean this later on in the future. It's like, okay, when has 5 + 5 meant anything other than 10 ever? Well, there's no, you know, data showing that it's ever meant that, but in the future it could mean something else. Does that sound logical at all? Doesn't sound logical to me. I'll tell you that, right? So because it's not logical, I think the more logical move here is to take the market for what it is and understand that, you know, we're probably going to trade up to like maybe, if we're lucky, into the 50, right? We'll come up, hit this high, and we're probably going to reject right back down like we always have, right? And I consistently hear people, that was COVID. That was COVID. Look, why did it touch lower liquidity and bounce? Why? If this was COVID, why didn't it overreact and go deeper? I know COVID occurred there. I'm not saying COVID didn't occur there. I'm stating, right? Why didn't price go deeper? Because it was intentional. It was literally an intentional move. Like we could say black swans measure this, measure that, but you wouldn't have bounced off liquidity if it wasn't intentional. Somebody set up the cascade of sells, knew of the upcoming situation, probably be well ahead of the news and normal people, normal retail. Pushed the price down, retail sold into it, and they had buys setting at the lows.
Were you able to tell that at the time when it happened?
You could tell that whether it happens or not, right? Like if you're saying like, could you identify it and buy it? Yeah, you could. It's just like if we pumped right here to 50 and we were to rip back down, what's your low liquidity? It's here.
Yeah.
Right? Where are they going to reverse it? They're going to come up here, they're going to hit, and they're going to come back down, they're going to hit the lower liquidity, and they're going to bounce back up really quick.
So even in a black swan event, it's going to hit the bottom liquidity.
Yeah, there's always going to be buys. There's always going to be buys present. There are buyers sitting at lower ranges all the time.
Like limit orders that probably will never happen, but just in case.
Yeah, there's billions of dollars sitting at floors. At least in assets that make sense, right? And you might be like, well, Bitcoin doesn't make sense. To some investors, it does. It's decentralized. It's non-governable. The government can't do nothing about it. They can't stop it. They can't regulate it. They can't do anything with it. And you may be like, well, that's just no, it's real. It's real. Why is it real? Because you could shut down all the miners in the US and there's still miners around the world. You can shut down all the miners in China. There's still miners around the world.
You have to get rid of all of them and to get rid of it.
You'd have to get rid of computers,
The internet basically.
the internet, the connection too. That's the only way to stop this. And the government knows that. There's literally no way for them to stop blockchain as far as Bitcoin goes.
I guess the only thing
Zero.
they could do is ban people from using it, like saying it's against the law.
They can't do that. Not here. You can't tell people things are good. The only thing you can tell me is against the law is drugs. Why? Because it's literally what against the law, right? Why? Because it kills people. You cannot tell me I can't go out and pay $1 million for somebody's rock. Yeah, I mean, the having for as far as blocks go. So here's the thing. Look, let's see. If you quote me on having, let's see, here we go. Hold up. Oh yeah, this is right. Okay. There you go. That's all you need. What does it say right there? How many days?
April 2024.
291 days. How many days do you have to accumulate before the next market?
291 days.
291 days.
Right.
Right.
But you don't think Bitcoin has the chance to go back down? You think that is a chance it goes to 35K and then drops down like one of your other charts?
Yeah, it very well could. Very well could.
Or it goes
And
back down to, I guess, the bottom of 15, 16K.
That's my thesis.
Right.
I'm giving you the other thesis in case I'm wrong.
Yeah. The 50K thesis, right? Yeah.
I'm telling you, if I'm wrong, it will go to 50K and I will be wrong. That's okay that I'm wrong. At least for me. Might not be for other people.
When
and
would
if
you
I'm
find out?
wrong, it will come back to 30.
Right. When would you find out? Just by what it does around 30K?
Because when it gets up here, it's gonna blow up and see an instant rejection at 35.
Yeah.
Instant rejection and a topping pattern, right? Or it's gonna slowly drag to 35, which would actually be better. And then it's gonna start to roll over. Or it's gonna hit 35, blow through it, go to like 42. And from there, you're just basically have good opportunity to come up and recapitalize.
What do you think? So the 8K to 12K Bitcoin is no more a thing then?
As far as the lower lows,
Yeah, like the lows.
there's no way I can anticipate that right now.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like
The-
maybe best
Well-
case scenario, 20K, 16K.
All of that's irrelevant. The point is like the directionality of the market has turned up, right? Which can always work against lows and your thesis on where lows are.
You mean the sentiment? Like we're
No,
back in
not sentiment. No, price. Price is in a full-on reversal. How did we know price is in a reversal? We knew price was in a
Broken
reversal
market
the
structure.
second we got across here.
You mean that from that big candle?
I mean, right here, this white line.
But
Because
Because
what
we
Broken
happened?
Market structure.
is it because we've been under
Isn't
that
it?
for so long?
It's market structure. Exactly. Look, no, it's just simple market structure. Market broke below a certain price, test, fell, test with a doji. Looked like it was going to reverse back down again, and then broke through.
Oh, I see.
Once you broke through, then what'd you do? You came back and you found support perfectly on top of 25K. So you have support. There's nothing leaning towards being able to, unless the market gets below here, retaps to retest, then I would think we'd come down. Right?
Mhm.
But it needs to do that first. This is market structure directionality change to the downside. This is market structure directionality changing to the upside. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes, it does.
I'm never one to like stick in one camp, guys. Like I can't do that. If the market's telling me different, I gotta go with the market. And the market
Well-
told me directionally up.
Yeah.
And how did I know we were gonna break out here? One test, two test, Doji, right? Doji. And then we came up and started testing it again. We came up and started testing it. And not only did we start coming up and testing it, look at our lows. This is how I knew price is going to reverse. What do we do there?
We found supports.
We found support. We found support. Nobody wanted to pay attention to that. Nobody. Everybody's just like, Will, you said lower lows. Yes, I did. Until the market told me different. I have to. The biggest thing that you have to understand as a trader is you can always be wrong, but still set up your thesis, right? Go with your thesis until it invalidates itself. That's the thing you're looking for. You're looking for invalidation. And once the bigger player, aka SPX, Bitcoin, we can go with Ethereum. Once they start to reveal themselves and show that you were wrong, there's always high beta that you can catch up on price, right? So you can get into mid caps, low caps, stuff like that, and catch up to what you missed. And then if you want to jump on train Bitcoin, or you want to jump on train, SPY or whatever your interest is, guess what? You now have the opportunity to do so at a better rate. I pointed this out with there was this Bitcoin maxi guy I was in a room with, and he's telling people I'm telling people to buy scams. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, you're telling people to buy anything but Bitcoin, you're telling them to buy scams. So I made this post on a shitcoin that I told people it was the bottom, right? I told them it was the bottom of the move, and it was 100% the bottom. But what I did is I tagged him in this. Here, let me put this. And this is what I told him, like, this is the value I add to things. So I said, right here, I said, pay. Bottom is in, IMO. Don't hate the messenger, yada, yada, yada. Now, if you look at price came back to the 0236, which if you break this, that's bad, right? But it was holding. It held here, and it started to bounce here. See that? So I knew price was going to go back up. And then from there, and yes, this is a shitcoin. And some of you may be like, well, you can't charge shitcoins. Yes, you can chart anything. You can chart anything. If it has liquidity, you can chart it, right? Does it mean it's always going to pan out? No, this is a really high risk play. Boom, price broke out, right? 0382. And all I was waiting for, where's the heaviest resistance? It's always at the 0.5, right? So price continued to break out from there. And then from here, boom, what do? We hit the 0.5, right? Dead nose, dead nuts, in and out. Take your profit. And I explained to him, and this is the thing that I try to explain to people. I said, this, yada, yada, take profit, put it into Bitcoin. So you missed the pump on Bitcoin, right? You missed it. Look, you were up 104% versus the 24% move on Bitcoin. I was like, now you can take this 104% and you 4x your Bitcoin, and you can move it back into your Bitcoin. Did you catch up to the market? Because the pump from the low to the high on Bitcoin was 24%. Did you catch up? That's the question. Anybody?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you fully caught up to the market there in that one move. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not saying go buy shitcoins, guys. What I'm saying is like there's always a play that can catch you up to what you missed, right? This is why you don't fear getting into the market and looking to get in ahead of time or way behind, right? And what I mean by way behind is waiting for the next low, because you're going to wait for the next low. It's going to come. You're like, it's going to go lower. And then boom, it's going to break out again. And you're like, all right, I'm going to wait for the next low. It's going to come. You're going to like, I'm going to wait for it to go lower. And then boom, it's going to break out again. And you're like, Will, you said AK. And we're already at like 50, 60. I'm telling you guys right now, this move invalidated my lower lows. 100%. This is why I turned from bear to bull, because price told me to do so. Now there's a lot on my screen here with Bitcoin. I think I have a cleaner chart. I hope I have a cleaner chart. Yeah, here we go. We'll go with this. So again, price broke out, right? Boom, came back, found support, broke out, got above. So now the expectation is a rollover. Boom, hit the rollover, previous liquidity, boom, break out again, right? Now, the one thing we can ignore is this big wick on freaking Binance US that continually keep happening. But basically, this is our new consolidation range, right? We can sit here and do this all day, or at some point, we're going to make the next move up. We need to make the next move up. We've already initiated it, right? So I'd expect either this monthly candle or the next one will be the one to push to the high. And then we'll hit that 35. And then expectations are a roll back down into liquidity, right? This would be a healthy move. If I'm invalidated again, I'm invalidated again on the pullback, right? Am I shorted up there? Yes, but I'm going to watch the market, because if the market blows through my 35K zone, just like blows through it, guess what, guys? I can't short. I can't short, right? So if it just all of a sudden next month opens up, it goes boom, hits 40, 42, I got to wait now. I got to wait because I got to see if it's going to consolidate, if it's going to, rise again and just do some kind of parabolic move to the previous highs before it ends up rolling back over again, right? These things take time to play out. There's a bigger move, though, here in these smaller moves. That's the biggest thing that I want to tell you guys. Like, if you look here, it's kind of like so even though we're going like this, and then we're going to pump again, it's a bigger distribution, right, into the next leg. And then you get the accumulation into the next leg. And this is just simply how markets work. And you may be like, well, this is a double top, yada, yada. Look, bigger distribution. The market just wasn't ready to roll over here yet. It had support. It held support. And what did it do up here? It distributed the entire time. That's what this is. This is a distribution. What do you see here? What do you see here? What is that?
Accumulation.
That's accumulation. What is this? What is
Same
that?
thing.
Same freaking thing. We can roll back down, but you're in an accumulation phase. So this means that market makers are accumulating. What should you be doing? Should you be selling the market makers?
Nah.
Accumulating also.
No. Because here's the problem. Market makers buy here, retail sells here. Market makers sell here, retail buys here. Do you see the problem? It's an atypical problem with psychologicals in markets, guys. It is a atypical problem. This is a slow down move. You can see them slowing the move before the pump, right? Does it mean that the market's going to take off here? No, because when we did take off, it just boom, 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 take off, right? Now, could I be wrong? Sure. If I'm wrong, I am more than willing to accept that. But should I be accumulating even here? Yes, but I don't have to buy Bitcoin. I could just buy something else. Just like I showed you guys, right? This is the biggest thing. And I'm not saying go buy Pepe. I just wanted to use that as an example of me telling people like, hey, you may think your method is the only way, but there are other ways if you were wrong, right? You can get invalidated and still catch up in price. And that's all I wanted to state with that, right? And that was the whole point of that statement. Granted, it's a meme coin, probably not the best example, but I could have pointed that out with other coins, but that was the best one I had right at the moment. And it was the most extreme, right? Because they went super extreme, telling me how I'm telling people that, I'm baiting people into scams by telling them to buy anything other than Bitcoin. Obviously maxis, but you know, it is what it is. So moving back into the charts, accumulation, distribution, we're in accumulation phase. Guys, like I don't look, stop. When's price gonna go lower? Stop this and that. Look, you have price lower. I told you guys here, algo ran. What did I tell you? 10, 11 cents, 12 cents. Now we're at almost 14. Right? Why? Double bottom. Look,
Double bottom.
right there. Double bottom. I can't make it any more obvious. Look at that. Look at the candle now. Look at that candle. And if you're like, man, I already missed the boat. No, you didn't. Look, it's 13 cents. What's all-time high? It's $4. You didn't miss anything. There's still plenty of opportunity if you have liquid to deploy in these markets. Not telling you to go all in on algo either. Again, I pointed out sand. I told people about sand. I was like, look, sand right here, bullish div, sand is a go. Sorry about any background noise. If you look here, boom. What do we got here? What is this called?
Double bottom.
Double bottom. Bullish div. You guys see it? What does that statistically mean that you should be doing?
Buying.
Buy. It's a buying opportunity, right? And if price goes deeper, so be it. It goes deeper. Guess what? Still got cash to deploy. Still got cash to deploy. There's not a big difference. You're taking a 100% haircut here. Yes, if it goes deeper. But this is as low as it can go. Should I look for as low as it can go? No, I should be buying, drops, buying, drops, buying. I'm not saying it's going to go to deep. I'm just showing you like how you should be thinking about this from here. If Bitcoin isn't an accumulation, then I need to look for strong projects to also accumulate to catch up to my Bitcoin. Right? Because the whole point, just like in the stock market, right? The stock market, what's always the key? The key in the stock market is to always outpace the SPY, right? So the key in crypto should be to always outpace Bitcoin. So if you're whatever you're buying, whatever asset you're buying in crypto is outpacing Bitcoin, you're in a good position. You're in a good position. If whatever you're buying in the stock market is outpacing the SPY, you're in a good position, right? You're in a really good position. If you're 100x on the SPY, should you be holding that asset?
Nope.
You should take your profits.
You should take your profits. And what should you be doing? Buying something else that looks horrible with it. If you're looking to grow, and you're probably like, what do you mean buy something that looks so? I mean, this looks pretty bad, right? Sand is just completely getting annihilated, crushed. Now, some of you may be like, well, look at all this liquidity. It's going to come back for all that. Look, I'll give you a simple answer to that. Okay. Here, let's open this up. Let's go in here and let's go and let's turn log off. Now, what's your thoughts on sand?
It's dead.
It's at the bottom.
It has a lot of upside. It has a lot of upside potential.
It has a lot of. Just take the log off, guys. If it's too confusing.
Yeah, I was
All
wondering what the whole point of. I mean, what is that all about? Log and auto, not auto, but log. Why would you use one over the other for technical?
Log makes it easier to see the trend.
Okay, because I heard
Right.
log makes it easier to see your gains, like how much you're actually gaining with an asset.
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
mean,
maybe.
you could look at it from that aspect, but I like to do it to identify double bottoms, bullish divs, you know, all the normals. Like I was able to identify this bullish div easier because of log.
So you never use a regular then?
I do use regular if I'm getting a bias against price, right? If I'm like, man, this is just too high, guys. I don't like it. It's just too high. And then I come in here and I look at it. I take a log off, and I'm like,
Yeah.
and then I look at it like this, and I'm like, oh, actually, it's not bad at all.
I guess it's the psychology of it. Like you're looking at the prices on log, it looks crazy how different the chart looks versus on regular.
Mm-hmm.
Like right
And-
now, it looks like we're pretty close to the where it started out as.
Yeah, if we were to delete all this, look at where you're at.
And that's what most retails see. They don't look at the log chart. They only look at this and they don't buy. They're like, it's gone to zero. I'm not buying.
Yeah, that's exactly what they think. They think it's going to zero. Exactly. They're like, oh, it's over. I'm not buying it. This thing
Right.
is done. It's toast. They look at
Yeah.
it like this. And
I guess
this is what CMC shows you guys too. Coin market cap.
But they have a log option, I think. I could be wrong.
I think it's a standard. They
Yeah.
might have one, but your retail's not going to know how to turn it on.
Yeah, and I mean, if whatever the default is, they're going to use the default.
Yeah, this is the default. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. They're looking at it from default perspective. They're like, oh, that shit's done. They're like, I'm not buying that. They're looking at Bitcoin like, oh, look, it's up so much. I'm gonna buy Bitcoin. They look at Ethereum. They're like, oh man, it hasn't fallen over at all. I'm gonna buy Ethereum. Somebody told me Ethereum's gonna go to 50K next cycle.
What do you think?
Wow.
This is your atypical retail guys. Like they have no clue what's actually going on in the background, and that's why I wanted to show you guys this specifically, because this is where we're at in the market, guys. Like this is, if you're looking at this like I need cheaper prices, I don't know what to tell you. You know, like you're getting them. You're getting cheaper prices.
Is that why you're looking at Sand? You are bullish on Sand then?
Yeah, I'm definitely. I looked through their whole ecosystem. They have an NFT market. They have other games trying to build on them. Their land is exponentially out of range of anybody who wants to buy land at all.
That's not true for Sand.
What do you have for? I think it was Sand I was looking at for land. Might be
Oh,
Illuvium.
you can get land for like 3,000 right now.
You're saying your average retailer is going to go buy a piece of land for 3,000 on Sand?
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
No way.
They're gonna I'm gonna put my 3,000 in Bitcoin.
Oh, you mean land on the Sand network?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, for you, Erica, you know,
No, I'm just kidding.
But,
yeah, you'll buy it, which is smart, I think, because I think land will do stupid numbers in the next bull run. But it's a lot of capital, right? You got to put a lot of capital into it, and you got to consider your gains. That's the thing.
Well, could I ask you one more thing? You know, you said Bitcoin's dominance is going up. I mean, altcoins still have a way to go down more, right? Maybe not now, but later on in the year, if Bitcoin rejects off the 35K, eventually goes down, like you said, it was going to break down.
All right, so let's ask this question.
Like,
How much
sorry,
deeper?
total.
How much deeper do you want it?
No, I'm not saying much deeper. I'm just saying total 3. You said they have a lot of billions of dollars to still lose in altcoin.
And that doesn't necessarily. That's not going to necessarily come from Sand.
Yeah.
Right? Where can that come from? It can come from shit coins.
I guess Cardano,
It can come from overly pumped coins that are just ridiculously up.
Doge.
Yep.
Right? Like even Caspa, right? I think Caspa is extremely just up only. And that's why I'm telling you, like those coins that have been flourishing through this bear run, the ones that have been flourishing, those ones will be the ones where capital will rotate out of.
Exactly.
The ones that dump the
There's
hardest.
no upside.
These
looks like
ones.
it keeps getting on the 15 or on the hourly. Looks like it keeps getting dumped on.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it's getting crushed, right?
Yeah.
You got a bullish div playing out here, or not bullish, but a bearish div. So if you look at price, look at your lows, boom, 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 and then you look at your RSI, you're fighting a trend, right?
Yeah.
And your trend is you're losing momentum. Yes, you have a big buy here, but you'll probably get capped. This will probably turn into a channel, to be honest with you, which will reverse. It will 100% reverse because it's a falling channel on strength, which is really good. I'd like to see it retest the highs.
Right.
So like get up here and hit this high end, which will probably be a double top, which will be like an M formation back to the lows, probably right down to here. And then from there, you probably accumulate, and that'll be your next leg up.
This is one of your coins, right? One of your long terms.
Caspa. I mean, I like Caspa. I'm not buying here.
No, I'm saying like, wasn't this one of the later ones that you liked that you put on the long term channel?
Probably. I haven't looked in there in a while, guys. Like I just been kind of going
Too
with the
busy.
flow when it comes to markets, and yeah. Well, I've been in the NFT side a lot because I'm just trying to understand everything. But yeah, so that was log off, obviously, right? And that makes it pretty easy to see. And then this right here is log on. And log on, Caspa's been up only mode, right? I just keep drawing stuff that I don't mean to draw. Love it. Let's see. So even on log on, we're getting a very similar type of layout, right? Which is just this bear flag, right? You got trap liquidity log on kind of rolling up. Might hit the high again, right? Might reject on the middle here, which would be my expectation. But if they hit the high again, no biggie. They'll probably hit the high end of the channel. I don't expect them to break out here. But hey, could be wrong. We're sitting on the 50, right? Which is bullish on the higher on the weekly time frame. So if they could definitely lead up for a while before they come back down. So we'll see how this plays out. Now it doesn't mean that Caspa is going to go to zero. It just means that Caspa, could lead up pretty high and then lower back down even to where it's at now.
Because I wanted to ask you, I mean, yeah, Caspa is a new project, right? It came after the bull run.
Look, all this is vaporware. All of it. All right. We're just going out the hype. We're going out the media. We're going after, will people utilize? And I'm just being real with you guys. Like, and I'm not trying to like throw shade at crypto, but like a lot of this stuff, I don't know if it'll be here after the next bull run. So again, take advantage of it into the next bull run, get out in the next bull run. All right. That's not financial advice. That's just me being realistic with you guys. I did that last cycle and I did really well. And a lot of the coins I was in that did 100Xs, 50Xs, even 300Xs, 500Xs, a lot of those coins are literally out of business right now.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, that's kind of the plan. I mean, I've only been in crypto one cycle, well, not even one full cycle yet. But I know at the end of the bull market or somewhere around there, we dumped everything. I mean, we dumped all those alts, we got out of everything. And I think like that is the best strategy. Like, at the peak, get out of almost everything.
Dump your bag, sell all your NFTs, everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's I think that's how I'm gonna go about it the next cycle and the next cycle until something changes.
Yep. I definitely agree.
I guess the thing is we got to be able to identify the peak, I guess, next bull run.
Well, we did last bull run. Nobody believed me though.
Was that an FS? I guess
that's gonna be so hard though. And it's like you're gonna have to like mentally like, I don't know, you have to have your plan probably already now. Like know when you're gonna get out and get out when you say you're gonna get out.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
100%.
So you'll let us know, Will? You'll let us know again?
I mean,
the way I'm playing,
go ahead.
The way I'm playing it is I just wanna get in low now. I'm not gonna worry about forming a new all-time high on anything. I don't care. All I want to know is it's gonna get to the previous all-time high and I'm out. That's why I want to get in low.
That's not a bad plan either.
I don't care about new all-time highs. I don't care. Just once it hits previous all-time high, BTC hits previous all-time high, I'm taking my money off everything.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily do that method too, because here's the reality: we could hit 120K, 150K. I still think Bitcoin would come back to 30, and you guys would be like, "Well, you were wrong this time." Yeah, could be wrong again, right? But there's a good chance we end up recapturing the entire liquidity back down again.
Another thing is, in 3 years, a lot of those projects you were so gung-ho in, you won't be interested in anymore. Like I know so many projects like before the bull run I loved, and I was DCA and everything. I wouldn't touch them, some of those now. And they're still popular, but I'm just over it.
I know a lot that I was in that had a great community, were doing really well, and now they're just like, we're gonna discontinue services for right now because we don't have liquidity. Go ahead, Daniel, though. I know you've been waiting a while.
Do you think some of those will come back? The ones that come
Yeah.
back before? Okay. Because like that one coin, I don't have it in front of me, but it was a bank coin or something like that. And it was all the way up and now it's like really low. I can't think of the
That quants. You're talking about quants.
yes. Yes. So that's what I was just wondering if any of those old coins have come back.
So Caspa looks different, and you guys got to always remember this, okay? How long has the coin been on the platform? It hasn't been on this platform very long, as you can see by the
okay.
weeks, right? So, that's why Caspa looks so different on KuCoin. Whereas, like, and this is why, like, I don't care which exchange it's on. I just look for the highest history, because the history will give you a better layout of how this coin has been performing. So,
Where can you generally find it?
What's that?
Where can you find historically the best?
I'll be real. Like, it's actually the worst exchanges that you find it having the most history on. So, like Mexi, and I know some people may use it. That's fine. I say it's worse because I don't use it, but or even dang, what's that Chinese exchange? I forget what it's called. Gate.io. Gate.io.
Right. Could you just Google? Would Google generally give you the same?
So if you want to see which ones have it, right? So like let's go to Caspa, for instance. Hold on one sec. I'll pull it over. Don't worry, it's not on screen there. So let's go to Caspa, for instance. If you want to see which ones have it, and then you can go to TradingView and view all the different ones that have it and find the highest history. Just go to their markets, right? So you just open it up, go to the bottom, whatever markets they're on, just start going KuCoin, Gate.io, BitGet, Mexi. Like look for all those exchanges on TradingView and find the one with the highest history.
Okay.
And use that accordingly. Yeah, that's always good. Go ahead.
You don't have to like KYC, be signed on to the exchange in order to check the history.
Oh no. So this is just going on CoinMarketCap, right?
Okay.
So I go on CMC and I look at what exchanges are available. And then what I do is I come over here, for instance, and I type in the coin, right? So let's put in Caspa, and I see what they have available on TradingView on top of that, right? And I'm like, all right, trading, or you can just go through, you don't even really need to open CoinMarketCap. You can literally just go through TradingView and just turn all these on and find the one with the longest history, and then turn the rest off, right? So like KuCoin, for instance, doesn't have any history, so I would just get rid of it. I got Mexi open right here, has a great amount of history here. We'll open CoinEx, we'll open this one, we'll open Gate.io, which probably has decent history too. And then the rest of these don't matter because these are all based off of against other, other cryptos. So I don't care about how it's performing against other cryptos. I'm looking for how this coin's performing individually, and then I can look at it against something like Ethereum or something if I want to. But I want to see that it has an individual good price action. So this right here is CoinEx, right? Which goes back to November 2022. And if we go back to where we were, and we look at this right here, this goes back to September of 2022. So this has more time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if we go over here to this one right here, which is, let's see, I don't know which exchange this one was, but this one goes back to October, right? So this actually has less time than the other one I just pointed out. And then we go back to Gate.io, and Gate.io only goes back to March 2023. So this one looks really great, right? This looks, oh gosh, this thing, it's going to come all the way back down to here. It's all over, right? It's all over for Caspa. But the reality is this is not the chart. This is just how it looked when it came on to Gate.io. You want to go to the one with the highest amount of time on it. That way you're not getting faked out by a specific chart, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And
Wait,
that's
so-
what'll good.
I was just gonna say, yeah, so you can go to CoinMarketCap and see where you can buy the coin and see all the exchanges that sell the coin and just go on TradingView and look through all of them.
Yeah, you look for the one with the highest history, so you can actually see what happened, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
CoinMarketCap
then-
is a good way to check what all the exchanges that sell it, all the ones
Yeah.
that sell it.
Yep. Another one you can use too, and this one works really well, is you can, for instance, let me change this real quick to something
And I guess
rando.
CoinGecko.
I don't want to be on here shilling. Here, we'll open this one up right here. So this is another really, really good one, and there's usually a lot of history on this. So we're not going to look at GMX specifically, but what we'll do is we'll go to CoinMarketCap, for instance. So I'll open this up. And this is really good for crypto, guys. Like if you want to really find the biggest amount of history you can find, this is the best way. And then you come in here and you look for the contract address. If it has one available, which it should. Here,
Oh,
we'll
this
just
is
go.
CoinMarketCap. Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
I don't know why they're not listing the freaking contract
guess-
address on here.
Maybe try another coin.
Yeah, we'll go to a different one, but you can find it. You just go through the other exchanges to get the contract address if you need to. So like if I were to go in here and I were to like look at Solana, for instance, right? And I were to get actually no, let's not use Solana. Let's use
Try a token that's on the blockchain. You'll get a contract address.
yeah.
for
Well,
them.
we use Polygon, right? We should have. Yep, there we go, right there. So Polygon, I copy the address, and then from that address copy, I just go up here to here, and I drop it in, and then I can get all the pairing for. Typically, it's the top one, but always be careful, don't get tricked. This is against WETH. They have USDC, so on and so forth. But this will give you a max history based off of all the exchanges that have ever listed it, right? So, for instance, this right here is to June of 2021. That's when this one was listed here. And then if I want to go further back, like as you can see, like your options here are just way bigger, right? Than TradingView. Now, is we'll say the interface here the greatest? No. but you can get a lot of options for different exchanges that have listed it or have it on their site. So that's another good way
Yeah.
too if you want to look at it.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, Cass is, I mean, overall looks great, but recently, past several months, looks like it just keeps getting dumped on everybody.
Well, it has a divergence, but its uptrend looks solid. I'm not gonna lie. Like it definitely has a bearish div kind of playing out here, especially if it comes back up and retaps the high here, the lower high, and continues to be in this falling channel. But even though I would say it continues up, I'll just be real. Like on a long-term trend, like look at this. This looks solid, right? And you're losing momentum here. And then eventually you're gonna get a breakout. And that's really where Caspa is gonna be like, all right, boom.
You still consider it a good layer one then?
It's just every time you reach up here, you're gonna get dumped back down,
Dump.
right?
Gotta
And
play the
then-
range.
Yeah, you're just playing the range. That's all it is. So if you understand the range, you can play the range, you can actually capitalize on this.
Awesome.
Right.
I'll be checking out Dex tools for that then. Thank you.
Yeah. And this one's on MEXC. This is the best chart I've seen for Caspa. So
Okay.
as far as history, right? History. But again, this one's with log off. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, log on. And if you turn log off, it's a little harder to engage with. Just because I tend to be able to find the ranges easier with log on. But if you get a bias on price or you're like, oh man, I don't know if I want to mess with that, and then turn log off and see where you actually are. Right. And Caspa looks pretty solid. Like with log off, like you've got this accumulation phase that happened. Nice little bull run right here, right into 23, cool down phase. And now I'd arguably say you're building long. Right. And if you look at your channel, wink, wink, right here, you have a lot of room to this upside. So I'm not saying you're coming up here, but like you have momentum in your favor, in my opinion. What else is telling me that? I'll tell you another thing that's telling me that. And I point this out every single session. dropping volume,
Dropping volume.
right? Anytime you start to drop volume like that, you're looking for a breakout.
Right.
You've been dropping. You're getting a little spike right now. Could pull back a little bit, but the reality is this for me is an uptrend. It's a solid uptrend. From a price action standpoint, I'm not trying to get everybody bullish on this specifically, guys. Like I'm just showing you guys like what I look for.
The trends.
Right, the
what you look
trends.
for.
That's always the example in these meetings. It's not to tell you guys to go buy Casper or buy ADA or
No.
buy ETH. It's to show you
Right.
guys what trends look like, and so you guys can identify them on your own.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's what I would say with that one, man. That one looks good. Telos, I brought this up previously. I think this one looks really good. They got some really good partners. They got a lot of things going on. I have a big eye on this one, man. I am excited. I think this one will do well. I could be completely off sides on that, but I'm liking this. They got some partnerships with GameStop, Illuvium, a lot of different things they have going on for them. So let's see. And I know a lot of people are thinking GameStop's a meme. Guys, I'm telling you, GameStop is so deep in crypto, it's not even funny. I've been looking through a lot of their stuff. Like they are partnering with a lot of game projects and stuff. And like arguably, man, like GameStop was the place back in the day. And I think that this is their step into technology is blockchain. I really, really do. And to have an actual stock company take on blockchain like that, it's very bullish on GameStop side, let alone, you know, what these projects that they're working with could see in liquidity if they do well.
Yeah.
Do they advertise who they're working with specifically?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
oh,
So and they've actually advertised it on Twitter. Partnerships with these different companies. And if nobody noticed this, I'll point this out to you guys. What does that say?
GameStop NFT.
Oh, look at that. NFT. I've already bought a bunch of these, by the way. Through
You bought a bunch
Illuvium
of
and different
GameStop?
ones. Yeah. Because I think in the next bull run, I think these will be easy sellers. The ones I bought, so one of them that I bought it for $50 and it's currently going for $800.
nice.
So you can only imagine what that's going to look like in the bull run. And that's a single NFT.
Sweet.
So you've been doing research on NFTs, like that's a new thing you've been looking into?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think there's a lot of liquidity on this side. It's very confusing. Don't get me wrong. Like if you guys are older, I get it, man. It seems dangerous. It's very confusing. But man, like here's the thing. People will sell tokens all day long, right? Why? Because there's a constant ask and a bid, right? So there's an ask and a bid. There's an ask and a receive. Somebody's buying on the other end. No matter how much you want to sell or when you want to sell it, somebody will always buy it. Somebody will always sell it. So it's a constant moving liquidity, right? Why are NFTs valuable? If I go and post an NFT in a profit range tomorrow, will it sell immediately?
No.
No. What do I need to do with the NFT? I need to
have to
find the
wait.
right buyer who's interested in the product. Right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like selling art in a sense. It's just all about finding the right buyer. If you're a patient seller, you will get what you're asking for it. Right? If you're not a patient seller and you want to buy and sell liquid, it's going to be crypto. But if you're patient, I think that patience will pay off in the NFT market a lot.
I agree.
Hey, Will. You think
Yeah,
you
go
could, I guess when you're ready, could you check Arbitrum as well?
Yeah, exactly, Aaron. Yeah. Once the market's more liquid, those things will sell like hotcakes. You'll be able to sell them at massive profits. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at too. Once the liquidity comes back into the market, NFTs will be the play, but you already have missed it if you haven't started buying. You want to look at which one?
Arbitrum. I don't know. I remember you were talking about it on Twitter. You were looking into this one and you really liked it. As a
Yeah,
layer two.
I think Arbitrum already. I think Arbitrum will be the next boom, like Poly was, Polygon.
The next big layer 2.
Yeah,
Uh,
of course, I'm selling it. Don't get me
Yeah, yeah.
wrong. Like I'm
Yeah, yeah.
selling the whole project out once it gets moving. But
and
I thought
is
we already
Arbi-
missed it.
yeah, it hit 90 cents, man. So many people.
Yeah.
Bro. Like they missed the whole thing. It's like, bro, it's at 90 cents and nobody wants to touch it. Seriously?
and you
Oh, I
bought it.
thought-
It's forming a bull flag, I think. Just let's have a look. It looks like a bull flag to me.
All right, that one's not good. That one's that. What's the most
KuCoin?
history?
Oh. Oh, I thought we had missed it by now. Hmm.
Arbitrum Tether. I mean, maybe this is. When did it launch?
This is what?
March.
Yeah,
23rd.
this is the one. I think
This is the
that's
lo-
the latest one.
That's
That's
the
one with
latest
the
one?
longest history. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it looks like it's got a full flag forming.
Yeah, it came out
online,
in like
yeah.
it came out in like March or April.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
people are expecting them to come back down and grab this, just like they did BNB, and it never happened.
Nah, not happening.
Yeah, it's. I can tell you why it's not going to happen. It's pretty easy. Your vol is too low.
Your what?
Your volume's too low.
Oh,
It's too low to sell it anymore. Like your sellers are out. Right? Like when volume gets to these levels, like you have no more interested parties on either end.
that means a lot of people are holding below that.
It means a stalemate. It means there's no trading really, there's no nothing. And that's usually the best points to get into the market. The best points to get into the
Absolutely.
market is when vol has dropped to a standstill and there's no more activity, because you can't sell down when there's no sellers. The only thing you can do to entice price, which is what market makers do, is push up. That's it. Why can't you sell down? Because even if the market maker wants to sell, who's on the other side to buy?
No
No
one's
one.
buying.
Exactly. No one's buying.
Nobody.
No
No
liquidity.
liquidity.
You need enough buyer.
So to entice buyers or create buyers, the market maker has to push up first.
And then so
They have to create that volume rise. And then once you get that volume rise, then the market maker can distribute to you on a bigger scale,
Slowly.
slowly, until eventually you get pressured into a position where you go right back to where you started or deeper. This is why I always tell you guys half circles, right? It's always half
Mhm.
circles. What it is for Arbitrum, you want me to show you exactly what's going on here? Look. Accumulation.
so probably a good time now.
That's what's going on right there. And you didn't miss anything, because where are you at on this curve?
If you
Still
yeah, if you
inside it.
pretty much at the bottom.
You're pretty much at the bottom of the curve.
This is not with log, right?
Yeah. Well, I think this is with log, but yeah,
It would look pretty
Now-
similar without log.
that's without log.
So with a lot of these, like including algo, the ranges, it sounds really easy to say play the ranges, but I think it requires a lot of skill and experience to know when to jump in and back out. The top, say, or the
100% it
bottom.
does. Yep.
So
Yeah.
it's almost best to just even hold, as painful as it can be, because
100%. I completely agree. I think 99% of you guys should not be trading this. If you're looking to hold it into next one, it should be a buy and hold.
like
Yeah.
even spot, it gets very tricky and time consuming, right?
It very time consuming. And then also a lot of people, what they do is they'll sell here, price will move up a little bit, and they're like, oh my God, I missed it. I should jump back in. And they'll buy back in up here, and then price dumps.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
And they sell again.
Yeah, they sell here. That's what they're selling.
So you should what you would do is wait for it to hit that white line again and then buy.
No. What's an accumulation range?
No, I mean I'm saying you could buy now and wait.
Buy.
Because you know-
Buy.
Right. But you could actually wait and try to get it a little bit cheaper if you want.
I don't think you guys should be looking at this like this at all. I just don't like. I'm not even saying ARB. I'm saying anything that you're looking to accumulate right now. Like I'm look, there's no volume. Like I don't know if you'll come back.
I'm not saying it's going to go down all the way there. I'm just saying we can wait till BTC goes back down. It doesn't have, we don't have to buy right now, right?
Well, here's the thing. Let's say BTC continues up and ARB goes up to here. Where are you buying at when it comes back?
Goes up to,
Let's say ARB comes back up to here. Where are
Yeah.
you buying at when it comes back? You're probably buying where you're at anyway.
oh yeah.
Now let's
I
say the
noticed
opposite
the
happens.
preview- Mhm.
Boom. Okay, I'll pick up more.
Mm.
That's why you don't go all in.
Buy in chunks.
I noticed in the previous cycles, there's some altcoins that bottomed before Bitcoin. So if you're waiting for alts to go lower, sometimes if they're good projects, they may have bottomed before Bitcoin. That's the danger.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you'll just be waiting for that pullback that never comes.
Well, yeah.
Because like I said, you're in that point. So think of this like the 50% mark, right? If you're interested in the project, you should buy between the 50 and the 0. Right? The 0 being the retrace, the 50 being the high. Buy in here. Accumulate, right? If you're above the 50, now you can be like, all right, I missed the boat. And really, in reality, you know, where this thing could go, you might not have missed any boats. Because I can tell you most, if not all, layer 2s and layer 1s were sitting in the $30 to $50 billion range.
30
Currently,
to 50.
Arbitrum is sitting at $1 billion, basically, like 1.5, something like that, 1.2.
Right. It has the potential to 30 to 50x.
There's good potential it will do well.
But could you say that
Oh.
about, sorry.
There you go.
Could you say that about, because you said Optimism was another one that you liked. I don't know what, I mean, are those two layer 2s that you're buying?
I mean, sure, but like, I think you guys should be buying what you want to buy, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying those are the
Like-
only layer 2s that stand out.
Again,
As you-
well, I mean, layer 2. I mean, there's a ton of good projects, layer 2s and layer 1s. Just a stupid amount.
Yeah, yeah. But when
So
it comes to just
like,
layer 2s,
I'm only bullish on community, right?
Yeah.
I'm not bullish on holding these coins to the next cycle.
Right.
I'm going to sell all of them. So like, as far as what I like them for liquidity. I think that they'll be able to create the liquidity that I want to get out. And so I'm buying them for that reason. As far as will they change the world? Next cycle,
no.
there'll be a better layer 1. Next cycle, there'll be a better layer 2.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
So you got to look at it from that perspective. But go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at it as like these are two projects that could definitely do good by the peak of the next bull run in 2025.
I mean, by a numbers perspective, sure. By a number,
Yeah.
just pure raw numbers, right? So like, I
25
just
or,
go ahead.
so 25, or are we looking for BTC to get up to, you know, keeping an eye on it once it reaches these, whatever it is, high 30s, 40s range, and then waiting, it could be like a handful of days, intensely monitoring your
Months.
alts.
It could be months. Could be weeks, right?
After,
Like-
so say after it tops, after we think that it is topping, then you have a handful of days at the most before everything completes rotating into alts top, and then
Oh,
you
yeah.
better be out. You better be out.
Yeah, but that would occur more at the top, right? Top end of the range. And I kind of drew out like my thoughts on the top end of the range here. Kind of just through this upper channel of where price will break back into this upper range. And I don't think selling at all-time highs is necessarily a bad idea, because like if you look at price here, it's a 3 into a 4 into a 5 wave. Yes, you get higher, but how much higher do you get? Right?
Yeah, I'm not interested in finding out.
You don't really capitalize up here. I mean, you could even hold it for the retrace and back up, but if you sold here and say you bought back in here, you know, You could capitalize on a second wave, or you could end up eating more downside. But either way,
Yeah.
you still capitalized on this price area right here.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
it's still
interested
fun.
in that anxiety. I'll just take it.
Yeah,
and
just
see how
don't. I would
price
say
is. I'm
don't
not-
over speculate the market, right?
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. But like even though we had this bigger distribution zone here, like we had a smaller distribution top, and I want to point out smaller distribution low, and I think we're working into a accumulation low. And I think we're working into a distribution, but this is all accumulation range, right? As far as what I can see. And you can see the vol drop here. Like, look at this vol drop, guys. Like, the vol drop is just insane. Like, even with this pump, like, do you see volume really moving at all?
Not
No.
really.
No, it's not. That
That's
means
the
the
problem.
activity is lowering up here, right? And that's what I'm telling you guys with that 35K is that's why I think we'll top there, is because that'll be your Pico top. And then your vol really will not have moved, and your volume will start spiking as price is actually retracing. That's where your vol will start to pick back up, right?
Yes.
And then as vol is picking back up, activity of buying down, which is basically a market maker move, right? So the market maker will entice the selling of the retail. Retail will start selling. Market maker will start buying down. That's their markdown phase. And then they'll start marking up again, right? And that'll be somewhere in the middle of your volume pickup, right? So
Yeah.
like if you look here, look at your drop and look at your vol, right? Look at your drop and look at your vol. And then as price starts to go up, look at your vol and look at your push. Your vol is dropping, your push is going. So what we'll look for is we'll look for vol to start peaking up again. That's your sell down or your markdown. And then you're going to look for vol to start dropping again, right? And vol should be something like this as we start getting to the Pico top. Why?
Because there's going to be a change again. And
There'll be a switch. Look,
yeah.
vol continued up here, right? And then vol did what?
Drops.
Right.
Dropped. And what did the market do? Market pushed up, thinking that there was some
Market
kind of
pushed up.
reversal. No indication on volume that there was a reversal, right? And then subsequently started to drop down and follow through. This
So where the market
volume.
makers taking profit then there.
Yes. That
Right.
whole second pump was an enticement to retail so they could take profit on them.
Right.
So what I was thinking specifically here, and I'll give you guys my thoughts on this, is there were probably a couple different market makers working the market up here, right? One of them got screwed, flipped the market back up, and then they exited on the rest of the market.
It's crazy, man. We're just pawns.
That's it, man. That's it.
But-
And I try to explain this stuff to people, but they just don't get it. They don't get it. They're like, blockchain changed the future, Bitcoin and this and that. And I'm like, dude, just get your money and get out. That's it. Get your money, get
You
out,
think-
reallocate it.
You think we could be waiting till 25 for the next one, or it'd be 24 sometime?
2024, probably going into 2025 will peak.
Mm,
Somewhere's in here. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean,
somewhere
2020,
in this area.
2021 summer plus 4 years is 2025 summer.
gosh,
Yeah.
it makes me think that we just have so much more time for another bottom then.
Yeah. That's exactly why I think this turned into a distribution.
Right. And the next bear market would be 2028 this time around again.
Mhm.
No, I mean another bottom prior to 25.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. We'll definitely bottom again in 20 because here's my thesis in a 2025 is SPY will probably be double topped. And you can already see the green arrows over there. And we'll probably see that. And I show examples
have-
of it all the way across.
You're saying, oh, it's going to double. Oh, okay.
So we may have two buying opportunities, to time it correctly, ish. prior to
That's your
25.
top of market right there. double top SPY, lower low bottoms. Right, here's your second one, right? Over here. Sorry, not this one, because this was part of this. This is your second one right here. Double top, lower lows. This is your third one. Now this one ended up a little bit different because it ended up being a broadening. So this one ended up kind of broadening wedge. And boom, 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 lower low. Right? And then this one right here, boom, bounce, come back up, expecting a double top. And then a roll back down to a lower low. And then probably something like that. And then the breakouts over here.
You did say that you also could expect maybe a little higher high just to fool the market.
Yep, could definitely. And what we call those is deviations, right? So we could see a deviation move in the market. Let's back that up a little bit. So if we see a deviation, it'd be something like this, which could definitely happen, just like on the broadening right here. We can call it a broadening deviation, whatever we want, but like be something like this, and then we'll probably get a move out like something like that, right? Just to kind of trick the market into thinking that there's some kind of like thing that's going to happen. And you get into the 5K range, and then everybody's telling you 7, 8, and then you just fucking flip down and done. Market ends at that point. And this would just be a deviation high, in which case I would expect that deviate, or at least that lower low, to play out more too, because it would basically entice a deviation low. Now this one bounced off this liquidity, so if we come back down again, we're more than likely going to capture this liquidity, right? Which would be your second bounce zone right in here. That's where you push a little deeper. And if you pay attention, that's where we bounced off of right here on SPY. So what does this mean? It means good luck. And that's why I'm taking my money in 2025. And I know some of you may be like, well, that may not play out, yada yada. Look, we've never had ever, okay, and I'll say it again, ever. We've never had a yield curve inversion that hasn't resulted in you're about to get screwed. It's never happened. So if we look over here, look, here's your 2000. Literally a year later, boom, market's done. When does it happen? After the uninversion. Over here, 06, 07. Look, the market's already warning us, and we're wanting to continue to play like nothing's happening, right? Your market's still doing fairly well in here, right? Market's saying, oh, nothing's going to happen. Everything's fine. Ignore the FUD, yada, yada, yada. Boom, uninversion. 08, 09, you're screwed.
So when do you think the one for us will happen?
It'll happen when the uninversion happens. So
I mean,
once
like,
the
you have a
uninversion
prediction?
happens, then you just wait probably, I'd say roughly about a year, and the markets are going to get cooked. All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
This is my exact thoughts, Aaron. You could jump in here, and if you wanted to chat real quick.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty, the batting average on the yield curve is very strong.
You said you wrote
historically.
you said you wrote an article on it. You sent us
Yeah.
a link to it.
Last
Okay.
week I
About when it's
talked.
gonna happen?
No, I just talked about the yield curve last week.
Oh, okay.
There's really no way of knowing
Yeah.
when it's going to happen. But I think it was last week, I called it lower liquidity. And, there's something called net liquidity, which is, it's just the Fed's balance sheet minus reverse repo minus the Treasury general account. And effectively, the market kind of follows that historically, at least since like 2015-ish. And so with the debt ceiling dynamic, and I think, I'm not sure if it's been a while since we've talked about this, so I can just kind of go over it for a little bit. Going into the debt ceiling, you basically had the Treasury, like the United States Treasury, running out of money, but having to finance the government without issuing bonds, right? The way the government normally, functions or is, has money to keep the lights on is they go out and they'll sell treasuries to, finance their deficit. Well, when we ran into the debt ceiling or I think it was around November, that's when you had the Treasury General account, or Janet Yellen started spending out of this Treasury General account. And this spend is essentially just like writing IOUs to these pension funds. And so, it's government spending without issuing any debt
So,
behind it.
Printing money in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, it's I would call it like stealth QE. It's not necessarily printing money, but the government spending money without.
They're relieving tension, which is stealth QE. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially they're still spending money, so it's stimulative, but it's not coming out of. It's not like coming out of the normal channels of financing.
Real quick, Aaron. So
yeah,
it's kind of like a rubber band, essentially, right? You can only stretch a rubber band so far before it snaps. And so once they stretch that rubber band to its max, they're basically printing money to release some of the stress of that rubber band.
And is that stress from the banks collapsing, so they went back to quantitative easing?
Well, this was happening well before. No. That we haven't gone back to QE at all.
Okay.
This dynamic is happening well before we saw the first large bank, Silicon Valley, collapse in March. So this was like this probably started back in November, which coincidentally, was where the markets have like locally bottomed.
Right. Oh yeah.
So you had at the same time you just had a lot of central bank liquidity coming in, like not just in the US. Back in October, the Bank of England, there was a big run on their treasury, like their 10-year treasury, and large pension funds were on the precipice of like really blowing up, and they had to come in and do QE and start buying their own bonds back in order to like stop the gilts from selling off, because it was starting to cause a cascading effect in their market. So you had that happening. And then the Bank of Japan back then was, the yen was like essentially on fire. And so what they started doing was, buying their yen back to try to cap, the price of their yen. And they've been doing yield curve control for years. So, I mean, they're always printing money. But yeah, so in fall of 2022, you really had a lot of, central bank action coming in that definitely, like, what I would say, stimulated global liquidity, but specifically here in the US, a lot of that came from the Treasury General account, and Janet Yellen essentially having to spend out of that account to run the government. But now we're past that. The debt ceiling's been resolved, and they need to fill that Treasury General account back up. This last week, I'm not like knee deep in the plumbing or anything. I just use I'm not in front of my computer right now, but one of these days I can either send to Will or put in the chat the ticker so you can follow it on TradingView.
Yeah.
But here, actually, Will, let me see. I can pull up on my phone and see if I can get it for you so you can show everyone.
The ticker?
Yeah, so it's like this is like a really long name. So are you ready, Will?
Yeah, I'm ready.
WALCL minus WTREGEN minus RRP ONTSYD. Did that come up?
Does that look right?
Let me see.
I guess you're on crypto. You got to click all.
Well, no, it's you just hit enter and it should
yeah.
come up.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So that's that's like, this is something I look at every day. And if you overlay a chart of, and this is like, if you go back to what I wrote last week, I included this chart in that Friday reading, but
The article.
yeah, so essentially, if you overlay it with the S&P 500, it's like pretty, pretty much goes hand in hand with one another.
Oh well.
Yeah. So now that the debt ceiling is resolved, they can finance the treasury the normal way. But interestingly enough, this last week, when they refilled the TGA account, but they took it out of the reverse repo market, and so that made it a neutral kind of transaction. So them filling up the account, kind of how I expected, wasn't a big liquidity draw. However, if you do look at what happened this last week, it did the net liquidity indicator still did tick down for the first time since Friday, April 17th. So on the week, it was down this last week, and that was like the first time in like almost 2 months that it was down.
Yeah, but
And
I would say that's more of like a curve than it is like a spike, right? On a bigger scale. Net liquidity.
Sorry, what do you mean?
So like I've heard a lot of people talk about net liquidity, and it is decreasing bit by bit by bit, but I feel like it's more of a curve than just a drop off for net liquidity. Net liquidity, which means kind of like so net liquidity is kind of like moving up, right? And then all of a sudden net liquidity starts moving this way, but a lot of people don't realize it takes time, right? It's more of a curve, and then eventually it ticks back up, once things get healthy again. So net liquidity continued to degrade over time, and then you get that big drop in net liquidity, and then that shootout. So I was just putting that out for everybody else. That's what I wanted to kind of elaborate on.
I'm not doing like TA on this. I just kind of look at it visually to see, on a week to week basis or month to month basis, what's happening from a like macro perspective,
from a bird's eye view. Yeah.
Yeah. So, coincidentally, it's this week was the first, week it ticked down significantly, and over 2 months, it was also the first down week in, at least the equity markets that you've had in a long time. So, again, you could call it coincidence, maybe not, but that's just something I pay attention to. But that's more from a timing. That's more from a timing perspective, and that's kind of what I was trying to answer, because you asked like when it's going to happen, and if it starts drawing down from here, then
right.
I think that it's not like the setup is there, like everything's there, like you have slowing at least you have slowing economic growth, at least in the industrial sector. You have what I would call like mild or symptoms of an industrial or manufacturing recession, and you have inflation going down at the same time. Those both create conditions in which risks can become much more apparent or realized in the market.
Right.
So you have those two pieces. You have the yield curve, which is where this conversation started, which Will pointed out. It basically has 100% batting average that at some point in time in the future there will be like some type of market
within years too, by the way, guys, like literally like 2-3 years you're looking at max usually. Once that kind of occurs.
It's been inverted now for over, like, this is like the longest inversion almost, I think, like ever.
Inversion meaning like the time amount that's been down.
That's been negative.
So like, for those of you who don't understand the yield curve, it's basically the 2 is outpacing the 10, which means that people are looking at short-term gains over long-term gains. When it comes to bonds, that means people don't trust the government. They're not investing in the government. And it means that the market is very unhealthy. And when the market is healthy, the 10 outpaces the 2, right, on buys.
Correct. So that's so I mean, that has to do a lot with growth and inflation. When you have accelerating economic growth,
expansionary.
Yeah,
when,
that
when it's truly
causes-
expansionary, the 10 outpays the 2.
Yeah. And from a bank perspective, and this is why, you've had like these, it's called a duration mismatch. And that's pretty much what happened with Silvergate or not Silver. Well, it actually did happen with Silvergate. It happened with Silvergate. It happened with
Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley, First Republic, all these banks that went under. A lot of that were duration mismatch issues, which basically means, they were lending, you always you're lending, and all banks generally do this. They lend with the long rate and they borrow short, right? So that's why when you have a steepening yield curve, or like a yield curve that's very positive, that's when the bank stocks outperform the whole market in that type of environment, because that's when the cost of capital for the banks, you're getting the highest margin on your spread, right? You're lending long at the 10-year, which, and like, we'll just make it up, is like 4%. And then you're lending, and then you're borrowing short term on the 2-year or a similar rate at maybe 2%. So that's like a 200%, 200 basis point spread that you're making on lending that short term money out long. But when you get these types of inversions, now, banks, they still lend at 10, but they borrow at 2 or short. And so they're borrowing at a higher cost of capital than they can lend it out for. And then so they're earning a negative spread on that.
And people are not looking at that inversion chart as they should. Not a lot of people are talking about it.
I mean, a lot of people are, I'd say, I don't know, like we've talked about it this inversion started happening towards the end of 2021, I think, is when you didn't have like a full inversion, but you had the yield curve like basically going just starting to go down, right?
Yeah.
And this was so. Will, do you have a chart of the yield curve up that you can show? And I can kind of just talk about what happened. So you had your first peak in the yield curve.
Somewhere.
You had your first peak in the yield curve around April, or it was sometime between February and June of 2021. And that was also, so you had that peaking into what was peak GDP growth, where we had US GDP accelerating, and it ended up going up at a rate of plus 12.5% that year, right? Or during that quarter. That's where you also had Bitcoin and all your cryptos going crazy. So, that happened. And then in the summer, you had some slower growth, because if you guys remember what happened, I think it was around the end of.
What's the I think I messed
just
it up.
10. It's all good. I think it's here. Let me just.
Is
pull
it
up
US 10 / 10Y?
I have it as T10 2Y.
T10. I go T10 2Y.
And so I can go back.
T10 2Y /
Yeah, just hit enter. No, just straight T10 to. Oh, sorry. T10 Y2Y. I always forget that.
Okay, Y2Y. Yeah, Y2Y.
I always forget.
I was like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I already have it on here.
Okay. All right. And then take it off a log. And then we can just look at it without the SPX.
I think, log is on. So you want me to expand it out with log off? Because log was on to show that inversion. Oof.
Put it on a daily. And then
I don't know what. What is it?
Is it because of that? Is it because of the
There we
type
go.
of chart
We're
you're
starting to
using?
get there.
Okay.
Let's just take a time.
Yeah, there we go. All right. So yeah, if you see where that first peak was, Will, what month was that? It was
What,
Q.
this
It was like into Q. Yeah, right there. That's yeah. So it was so it was into Q2 of 2021 when that happened, which was right around where we saw our peak in ARKK, and we also saw the peak in that first peak in Bitcoin, essentially, or what was the start of that top distribution phase that Will alludes to. And then you had the Delta variant over the summer. So we had slower economic growth in Q3, and that's where you saw it. Here, Will, do you mind zooming in a little bit more?
Yeah, my bad. I was just trying to
No,
clean
you're-
this up a little bit.
I know you're good.
You want me to go on the daily again or you weekly?
Yeah,
Okay.
stay on the daily because it's easier to see it.
Okay.
So yeah, if you look where you had that kind of drop off, that was into like September-ish of 2021. That a little bit back, yeah, not quite there. That's December. But you see you had a little bit of a lull at like in Q3, and that was when we experienced, slower economic growth because of the Delta variant. There's an economic reacceleration into Q4, and that was where growth essentially peaked, and it's been declining ever since. So what you saw there with that second peak was where we also saw the peak in a lot of risk assets and Bitcoin and crypto as well. And that's why this has been an important indicator to follow, because it does, like, you can kind of follow, it's a good indication. It's a good indicator for growth, because usually it front runs where growth is heading. Like, is growth accelerating or is growth decelerating? So into where it peaked there, we had one of the biggest growth accelerations of all time, and then accelerated again into Q4. And then now it's pretty much just continued to fall down because, growth's been declining for like a year. So is everyone looking at this? I mean, people know about this, but I think a lot of money managers, they see it invert, and it's been inverted for so long and nothing's really happened that they're like, oh, it's
Rush it over.
like they just, yeah. But I mean, even to say that nothing's really happened is kind of a fallacy in its own, because
Naive.
last year was one of the worst years for like a 60-40 portfolio manager in history. You had a 20% drawdown in this S&P 500, and then probably an even larger drawdown in TLT, or the bond index that they owned alongside that portfolio. So it was just a bad year overall for equity managers.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, like this up portion is the most dangerous portion of the chart. Like you don't want to be participating kind of like in this upturn, because this upturn is basically the relief of the rates, right? So you'll typically see that the Fed starts cutting rates, you start to see this relief. But the Fed is cutting rates into, we'll say, systemic circumstances, right? Circumstances that are very harmful to the economy. And the Fed has started cutting because they see those circumstances occurring. And
there's a reason they're doing it.
This is why you see downturns in markets as you're starting to see this relief of the 10 and the 2, which means people are starting to flow back into the 10 because they see it as the only form of safety, right? It's not because they want to invest in the government. It's because they see it as the only form of safety from there. And you may be like, well, people are never going to see that again. Yeah, they will. 100%. The government lets enough stuff collapse, which they will if they have to get people to invest in them. They'll start pouring money back into the government again.
So when we see this, that you just circled, that's when we know.
Well, once your curve starts on inverting, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You're on inversion. Well, you could still capitalize on inversion, but you're gonna get peaked out at some point where you're gonna get crushed.
And that's when you sell.
Well, you're not gonna be able to time that. Like you have to be ready to go when that inversion happens.
Right. So like a way you can play it, you can, I've started building. I've been a little bit early on the bonds, but I mean, it is what it is. But you can own, some 30-year bonds or some 10s and some 2s, and that, the 2 years and, so right now the 2 years in interest, like, and I might like write about this next week. It's an interesting place to think about having some money, because it's like, the way that you can think about it is less of owning a 2-year bond, but almost like an arbitrage opportunity, because you're essentially saying that you think that, and this would be like a way you could hedge your portfolio as well, because you'd basically be earning, 4.6% a year annually to have this position on, and if the Fed cuts rates, you'll get a big payday on it. So, the way I consider it is less of like a position in your portfolio and more of like an arbitrage opportunity, and as a way to like hedge. So like if the Fed were to cut rates, that 2-year yield would basically go from whatever it is now to like 3%, right? For example. And that's where you get a big payday on being long the 2-year. And to like, what would be the yield curve steepening?
Yeah, I would arguably say too, in these same circumstances, you could honestly wait until lows were reswept again on the S&P. It's a historical thing that just it plays out every single time. I don't know why the S&P does it, but it just does. If you look here, as you're starting to invert, what's going on with the S&P?
It's
getting
still,
crushed,
yeah.
right?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could have like, a position in bonds or whatever, and then whenever you start to get closer towards like when you're getting towards the bottom, you're not going to know exactly when it is. Then you can sell your bonds and start putting that into some, because your bonds would have made money during this time too. So you'd be taking profits on your bonds, and then you'd be selling them and putting that money back into assets. That's just one way to think about it. And how I'm like, one way that I'm also trying to like strategize right now.
Yeah, I think the hard part, and I think it was Dana that said this, is like, oh, you could just sell up here. No, look, there's different scenarios where the cross occurs, right? You've already started tumbling from the SPY at the low, right? At the low end of the curve before the uninversion happened. Over here, you start tumbling about midway up, right? And then you start heading down from there. And then your spike continues up. But then you catch a rebound somewhere's at the highs, right? That's where your rebound and your lows occur. So you're just looking to capitalize essentially on the high end of the curve. Now, here's the thing. The SPY is currently recovering, right, from its dip over here. Now, the question is, because it's currently recovering, is this the low end of the curve? And will we see an extended roll-up curve, which could send us dramatically deeper than previous, right? Because if that curve really peaks out, oof, I can't even imagine what that looked like. Because if we end up here again, that's going to be, oh man, that's going to be some really low lows. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, so it's just that's kind of the next step of the game that I'm trying to time, and I'm not necessarily sure when, because they're saying they're going to hike, like if you in effect, like if you do want to be long the 2-year, they're saying they're going to hike rates in July, and then they'll hike again, and like they said, one more time this year. So I think that brings the Fed funds rate to like 5.75, or like, yeah, somewhere around like 5.50 to 5.75.
6%.
The problem is the 2-year right now is only like 4.70. So that's still like the market's still like, the 2-year yield is still like understating like what you still have a divergence because the 2-year is still understating what the Fed's like terminal rate is going to be. And so you do run the risk of like how much more volatility is that thing going to have, or how much higher will it go up with this rate policy before it kind of the 2-year rate kind of peaks out. Because if you are long the 2-year yield and that rate keeps going up, that's where you're going to start losing money on the bond position. However, you'll still be receiving your like yield payments.
Well, Aaron, we were talking about the 2 to 10 when they were at like 1.24. And,
Right.
and that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. We are now we pushed the 5s, right? Like your time to long was long ago. Like
well, that would be being short bonds, right?
oh yeah,
being
yeah,
long,
sure.
yeah,
Yeah, my
yeah.
bad, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
And
you get what
now-
I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And now, these positions are two of the most like heavily shorted positions in macro. Being short 2-year note, and being short 10s are 2 of the most heavily shorted
They're
positions.
crowded.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we might be getting close. Just something I'm keeping an eye on.
Yeah, if we look here too, like look at the SPY here. So on the first dip, it bottomed almost identically with the top, right? So we can continue to drive down and bottom somewhere with the top. And then the second drawdown, keep in mind, that drawdown happened at the bottom, which means that where this thing could peak here and you'll never know it's already started dropping because cuts have already occurred, right? Cuts have already occurred and we're starting to fall back. I think cuts are going to be really bad, man. Like, I really think like people are talking about cuts like they're going to be bullish. I think they're completely off sides on this because there's going to be no QE and there's going to be cuts for a systemic reason.
Well, yeah, anyone who's talking about cuts being good is, I would say, hasn't done their work. But, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a good thing when that happens.
Yeah. And I want everybody in here to understand too, like, I'm not being a doomer. Like, we just talked about it. I just told you guys, I think Bitcoin has its bull run again before all this occurs. But like, I want you to understand the detriment that you're going to be in holding crypto or holding assets in general, once we see this thing kind of peak out and this thing reverse back up to the upside. As far as a 10 and 2 inversion, like you will be in a bad position if you think that you're just going to take a little bit of drawdown.
So you would predict that to happen after 2024, 2025 bull
I
run?
think it is. I think we're looking at a year or 2 out because we haven't even begun to start uninverting, right? We haven't even begun to have rates cut.
Yeah.
Like it's not even been a thing.
The cuts might just happen next year then.
If cuts happen next year, be cautious. That's all I'm saying.
Because I think the key for there to be like cuts is like the jobless or the unemployment rate's got to really lift. And that's one thing that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, exactly. And I think people think that inflation could come down to 2% and they'll just start cutting based off that. And I really don't see that as a reality.
So I think that I think we're definitely running I think we could, unless like something happens soon where you see that unemployment rate like really lift like now, like that. So that now we're getting into just like speculation and me saying what should have happened and what shouldn't have happened. Like if they really wanted to kill inflation, they needed unemployment to be way up already. They kind of missed the ball on that. So now we still haven't really seen unemployment lift, but we're getting through the toughest inflation comps. Will, can you put up a chart of oil, please?
Yep.
So the toughest inflation comps came from the Russian-Ukraine conflict in early 2021.
Oil's not even close to falling over. It's actually consolidating.
Right. So listen, so we basically had $120 oil in what I think it was I want to say March and June of 2021. So
You mean
generally
22?
yeah, sorry. Yeah, 22. March and June of 2022. And since then, what we've seen is inflation come down precipitously. Well, it's because throughout that early part of 2022 is when we had, the commodities complex going vertical because of what was happening in Russia and Ukraine. So if you fast forward to now, usually generally like the commodities complex and energies complex, it might take about a month to 2 months to flow through to CPI, which means that this June print should still be under the harder comps. July could still be, you could still see like harder inflation comps, which could, you still see CPI falling. But once you get to July or August, that's where those comps are going to get dramatically easier, because that's where, after you had that peak. And so now if oil goes up from where it is now and commodity and you gotta remember, the energy, like the world energy complex is incredibly fragile.
Yeah. I was wondering about that. If sorry to interrupt, but I guess isn't it like we assume now that it will go back to that 120? Is that what we think is going to happen?
Oh, let him get to the point. Go ahead, though.
Well, I mean, I can't say, like, I have no idea if it's going to get back there, but if like what happened this weekend in Russia, like it ended very quickly, but that could have, and I haven't looked at what the spot, like the futures prices for these commodities are doing on the open today, but that easily could have turned into like a huge disaster, right? Where like really fast, like if you had another shock to the system, and now you have natural gas prices and oil prices going vertical again right now, like as the inflation comps are getting easier, now all of a sudden, now you have like a huge problem with getting the inflation rate under control again. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's very fragile.
The oil market's fragile, yeah.
Or just the world energy market in general. And the only reason why
energy is what drives inflation, energy is what drives prices higher. Let's see.
I mean, the only reason why you've seen it fall so fast is because it's literally like you've literally had demand's been like from the industrial side, like I mentioned, like you can't really industrial recession is pretty much like, that's been happening at this point. Well, if demand reaccelerates and you haven't gotten inflation under control yet, now that creates conditions in which like the price of oil will start going up again because there's actually demand for it. But the reason why you've continued to see commodities get beat up, even though some of these asset prices have rallied, is because demand's continued to demand's still slowing. Like economic growth is still slowing. And so that's what's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, that's all I was gonna say. Like that's why you haven't seen these commodity prices rally with the rest of the market. Like if it were a healthier, under healthier economic conditions, there'd be more demand for, say, oil.
Yeah. And I guess people are driving less, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, driving is really irrelevant.
It's more to do with manufacturing, shipping, commerce, travel. I guess travel.
Yeah, I guess like airplanes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Buses.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's something to keep in mind as well. Like, I don't necessarily know how that's going to play out in the back half of the year, and so you could easily start to see like if they aren't able to create conditions in which the market just completely like falls over, you could really start seeing, like running the risk of having inflation reaccelerating into the end or beginning of next year.
It's actually funny you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I think plays out. is I think that the Fed's off sides with what they're doing. They try to cut rates and inflation starts to ramp right behind that,
It's
right?
it's gonna be a shit show probably.
100%. And the thing is, here's the funny part is I think by the time all this unfolds, we have a new president and a new person in charge of the Fed that has to deal with this.
For sure.
And that's why I'm thinking like a year or two out, you know, after the next election, and you know, all of a sudden now we're getting shit on and the whole economy is getting wrecked. And some of you may be like, this is nothing to do with politics at all with me as far as new president. I can't see them wanting to run the government knowing which direction this thing's gonna head. You know?
I mean,
like,
yeah.
like even the current president, like I would pass it on. I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna run again, and then I would just like slowly bow out, you know, and let whoever went up kind of take over so they could take the blame.
Pretend.
You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
I mean,
Yeah.
you know what? I mean, I almost think that now, like, we're getting into more like this is just kind of getting away from like actual data, more about like us just speculating. But I think it makes sense it's in the government's best interest to keep the prices of like suppress the prices of oil and keep the prices of oil lower into next year's election.
That's what I'm saying. Yep.
And
So they're gonna-
exactly where they're at right now.
if they like, and you know, there's laws of like mean reversion, you know, and you know, like, you know, messing with markets, like if you like artificially mess with a market for too long, eventually that will, you know, that'll come back to haunt you. And
Yep.
so you could really, like, if the prices of oil are still like at this level or even lower coming in towards the next year's election, that's where like I'll be like getting really interested in being long oil, just as like a more of a, you know, counter like mean reversion trade on the other side of what they've been doing. That's that. But now we're kind of getting away from, I guess, the whole timing aspect and whatnot.
There's nothing wrong with speculation as long as it has some kind of validity behind it, right? Like, and I think it does by even chart standards, right? Like, if you look here, like this looks like an accumulation. It's an easy slowdown move where price started dropping dramatically on oil, but it's starting to slow and it's starting to accumulate in its own. Arguably, you could say, okay, they did the same thing over here and they dropped and fell off the cliff. 100% that could happen, right?
Right.
But I think the likeliness is that we retest the high. Why? Because we've never came back and historically tested our 150 range, right?
Well,
so I think the 150 a
who
barrel
knows?
is in the cards before we come back down.
So, and then with that, you know, I have a friend in the oil industry. He works for it's like a servicer. He like goes in to people basically hire him and his company to go and like drill a well and run the rig and stuff. But yeah, I mean, the oil industry this time around, usually into these cycles where like last year, for example, where you got these huge oil prices, you had these oil companies, you know, really investing a lot of money and expanding their production capacity. This time around, they didn't do that. And, you know, literally the only reason why we don't have like crazy energy prices right now is because, like, you know, they've been doing everything in their power to kill like the centrally planned, you know, market. You know, the Fed has basically been doing everything in their power to just like kill, you know, inflation, right? And that in turn is like hurt. Like they do that by targeting demand, and they've started, you know, and that's like obviously impacts energy prices. Well, you know, on the other side of that, once like we start seeing economic growth like actually reaccelerate again, like, and we have a more healthy economy and market, you know, we don't have that added, like the energy problem is still there. The same supply and like you might hear on Twitter, like a lot of people, like energy bulls have been really bullish for a long time because of the supply, you know, demand dynamics. Well, you know, the supply dynamic hasn't changed. It's all about demand is what matters. Like the supply, yeah, we all know that there's no energy supply, right? We know there's no energy structure in place to handle what
The
we
demand.
actually need. Yeah. It's all just about the only reason why we haven't had sky high energy prices is because industrial demand's been in the pavement.
Mhm.
So they're
This
doing
is
whatever they
another
can.
reason why also I would say why the US doesn't even manufacture anymore. If we manufactured at a heavy rate, like I could only imagine what our energy costs would be.
Right.
It would
So
be
I mean,
insane.
I really, yeah. So that makes me like really like, like I really like energy as like a long play out of this, like out of this growth slowdown that we're
Yeah.
in right now.
If anybody hears the government say, "Hey, we're going to invest on bringing manufacturing back to the U.S.," that should be very bearish on pricing. Just so you guys know, like you got to keep that in mind. Like and then some of you may be like, "Well, we want it back here." Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you, you're going to pay, a lot more, and your
For your
energy
products.
costs are going to go a lot more. Yeah,
You mean products are going to be more
anything.
expensive than
anything. It could
Everything
be
like,
TV, cable, internet, everything. Go ahead.
is that the main reason why I guess that's the main reason we don't do it.
well, yeah, I mean, well, it's like, so you get stuck in this, now you get stuck in this like loop that we've been in for a long time where we started outsourcing all these things a long time ago because these companies figured out, in the 80s and whatever, hey, we can outsource all this work to China and we can boost our margins by X amount, right?
Or inhumane wages, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah. And no, I mean, all I'm saying with this is literally like they figured out a long time ago that they could, increase their margins by finding cheaper labor and cheaper, material costs, cheaper, whatever the cost that goes into the products. And that increased their stock prices, right? So what happens then is if you bring manufacturing home, the costs are likely going to go up. So now the company's faced with the decision, okay, so do we eat those costs and our stock price tanks, or do we pass this off to the consumer? If it gets passed off to the consumer, that's, inflationary.
Right.
Scary stuff.
So,
Well, yeah, and not a little bit inflationary, a lot.
A lot, yeah. Scary. That's very scary.
Especially if multiple companies do it all at once.
and then not, but it's, which is like, and then we get into this whole, now we get in like, still like, now we're just like speculating. We get into this whole like crazy dynamic of now we're like, okay, these companies shouldn't be raising these prices. Some people are like, oh, these companies shouldn't be raising these prices. We need to put price caps on blah, blah, blah. Now you don't have a free market anymore. It's like, it would be
not just price caps. We need higher wages for the employees because they're not getting paid enough for all the work they're doing.
Right.
So now you're creating inflation on inflation on inflation, and it's just a stacking on stacking on stacking problem, right? And the people that end up getting priced out is the middle class. They end up getting priced out, and they get pushed down, right? Why did they get pushed down? Because the lower class gets pushed up, but the middle class doesn't get a bump in this, right? The middle class ends up getting pushed down to the lower class. And then now you have no middle class. You've only got lower class and you've got upper class, and that's it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's already been.
That's the problem with capital or with non-capitalist ideology.
Well, but that's been in the works. Like, I mean, the division of like the classes has dramatically gotten worse over the last year because, some billionaire that's got, like $1 billion in an account, and now they're earning 5% interest on that. That's, they're making pretty good money still. If you're getting if you're able to just put your money in a money market fund, no, like risk-free, and you're just getting 5%, on $1 billion, it's pretty nice. Meanwhile, your lower class and middle class, inflation hits them a lot harder because they have to actually like pay for their normal goods and services every day, try to like maintain their standard of living that they had before you had all this. And, they're, one, worse off because their real wages, they're not getting paid more, but the cost of everything's gone up. So their real wages are down. So standard of living for them lower. And, they're not getting that advantage of being able to put their money into like a money market fund in a meaningful way. Because they might not, one, be able to afford to have an investment or savings account, but it's not like for them, if you have 100 or 50K in an account, that's earning 5%, it's good for the long run. But in terms of right now, it's not going to really make a meaningful difference of like your standard of living. So your standard of living or the lower and middle class standard of living getting lower, and the upper class standard of living staying relatively the same or even going higher. And that's called a K-shaped distribution.
Yeah, just so you guys know, like we're not at all like there's no like I guess specific ideology that we're trying to approach with the conversation. We're just trying to tell you how basically the economy works in a sense, right?
What
Right.
type of degree do you get to know this stuff?
A lot.
Like
so
how-
you'd be
How
be
did you learn all
surprised.
this, man? Because I see these Twitter spaces that Will's in or Mark Cuban, and they talk so deep about it that I don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
A lot of it just like a lot of it's really just like your self study and application. You kind of
Yeah.
have to like, a lot of it it's just about like, you have to like learning it and like reading about something like one thing, but you have to actually like practice it and do it in order to get like those benefits, because you can
So
study and read. Yeah. I mean, because at the end of the day, we all learn by doing.
Yeah.
Right.
100%.
So like, if you just read something, you might not be getting the benefit.
Yeah. Because the way I understand it is Will understands everything you said. I'm sure he knows everything what you said, but he'll never talk about it when he tells us about trading. So I guess you don't need to know that stuff to trade, but it's good to know, I guess, for different things. Macro.
So here's the thing, like it doesn't really work itself into trading necessarily, but it does, right? And where it does is on the yield curve inversion and so on and so forth. And that's why I explain it the way I explain it, is because I always try to dumb it down for you guys, but basically, and some of you may like it, some of you may not, but Aaron likes to put it on a deeper level, and he likes to come in and kind of give you the numbers and everything and why things work in sequence in the way they do. And I was be like 1 + 1 = 2. Aaron would be like, well, 1 + 1 divided by, multiplied by, minus, and there's nothing wrong with either approach. I think different people like different approaches. It's just, we come in here not necessarily to like spew any type of, personal feelings on the market or anything like that. We're just trying to help educate you guys so you understand better what to look out for.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to see a lot of you guys get wrecked, I would say, in a sense, or at least I would believe Aaron doesn't either.
Yeah, I mean,
we're trying
we've
to
seen
share
it.
our knowledge more or less.
Well, we've seen it, but like,
No, I'm just-
And it's
partially because we've seen it. Like me and Will have seen it firsthand happen to so many people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people get in these bubbles, they get in these things where they believe something and it's really not true. It's just, it's just fictitious. But go ahead, Erica. I know you want to jump in.
I was just gonna say, like, for me, this is extremely interesting. I've always loved to hear Aaron's view. And it's no harm to learn this kind of stuff, because I know, like, if you grew up in the US, you didn't learn this stuff. So, just
Yeah.
kind of listen, it's cool.
No,
Just
I'm
listen.
I'm interested in it.
I'm not telling you, I'm not talking to you. Maybe just saying for myself, like, I like to listen to this.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
pretty cool. And and then you can like make your own, it's
Correct.
for you
Yeah,
to,
exactly.
like,
Make
to
your own
correlate the
approach.
two,
I'm just saying, I want to know how you learn this stuff. Like, I'm sure it's complicated.
Just
I'm
looking through
jealous.
data, man. Like if you look through
Like,
past data,
That's Aaron's
2 + 2.
job. That's Aaron's job.
Yeah.
I literally
He does it for a living.
For work, I do like model numbers every day. So like I do numbers every day. But
Oh.
before I start the day, my work has nothing to do with, it does have stuff to do with the markets, but it's not like trading or really like investing. So it's a lot of
Housing,
like, so I do commercial real estate. So I
commercial.
I lend on multi-family properties, mainly like apartments and stuff. But where I really learn it is like, I dedicate like 2 hours of my morning before like work. Like I get to my desk at like 6:30 and literally like study up until about like, 9, start doing some work, and then when the market opens, I'll trade it for like 30 minutes and then start like getting back to work.
Okay. You trade during the bell, like every morning at 9:30?
Yeah, but I wait until I like to wait like unless I like I have to do like rarely like are there situations where you need to be like doing something right on the open, because a lot of the time like there's a lot of panicking and freak out stuff that
Overreaction.
happens
Yeah.
on the open, so I like to wait about 15 or 20 minutes to see how it settles.
Right. Usually like from 9:30 to 11 is like a good time, I guess.
Yeah, like because because it really depends on the type of day. So
Yeah.
like usually 10 to 10:30 is like 9:45 to 10:30ish is like my favorite. And then over lunch, there's like no liquidity because everyone's having lunch.
Yeah.
So sometimes you can find, certain trades that or like something might be pumping for no reason. And it's just because there's no liquidity, and you can like short it during lunch. And then by the time it closes, like the volume's back and the thing's like sold off on the day.
I see. Yeah.
That
I
really
didn't know
just
that.
depends on, it's called the lunchtime lull.
Lull, Lull.
LULL. Like
Yeah.
that's when everyone's out at lunch. So, it's easy to manipulate the market because it's a big player can come in and, buy a bunch of SPY contracts and really push the price up. And because that's why like usually, and then like I don't trade the rest of the day, and usually the last 30 minutes is when I do a lot of work or a lot of trading. But the only time the lunchtime stuff makes sense is really when you're in that like really vicious like downward market sell-off spiral.
Yeah.
And then the market's opening up like down like every day, and sometimes you can find things green in a red tape and you short it, and then the next morning those things will be lower. But
like I guess sometimes you probably use it also to revenge trade.
I never do that. but I mean what Will and I talk about, there's a good medium and way they can work together. And I think that like someone had asked earlier, how do we know like when to get out? Well, if you're able to if you're able, and we don't have sophisticated models like trying to predict like economic growth, and nor do I have, at least at this phase of my life, I don't have the time to build one. Maybe one day I will, but the best I can do is just follow important economic growth indicators. So like I like to follow retail sales. For example, I'd say 66% of US GDP comes from people spending money, which makes retail sales like incredibly important to understanding the trajectory of economic growth. Industrial production as well is a very big contributor to GDP. So if you have industrial production decelerating,
right,
then that's a greater sign that maybe you're going to start seeing slower growth. So what that means is you need to follow the various indicators that make up industrial production, right? So what's going on with shipping, what's going on with trucking, transports, ISM manufacturing, industrial PMI, stuff like that. Producer
I like how
manufacturing units.
How you point out specifically to indicators, right? So what Aaron alludes to is more of data related indicators, right? Like we'll say the 10 and the 2 cross, yada yada yada, oil starting to ramp up. Those are all indicators for him. Whereas like if you're looking at it from like a chart perspective, you could say like stochastic, RSI, volume. They all coincide, right? They're just
so he's more of a
ways to look at the
data
market.
He's more of a data driven. You're more technical. There's two ways of doing it.
Yeah, and I like to dabble with data too. That's why I love having these conversations.
I think they complement each other really well because, like, for example, Will had pointed out to me, and we kind of worked together on this at the end of last year. We saw how the VIX was kind of starting, like it had been in a bearish trend for like all of 2020, and most of 2020, or yeah, like all of like 2020 and most of 2021. Well, once we started getting to that last, like once we got, it was the September sell-off that was spurred by Evergrande. That's where you actually saw the VIX kind of start to round off and build like a base and bottom. And we both caught that, and we're like, okay, from the chart perspective, that, we could have a change in direction for volatility. And then we had, another, final
DXY
rally.
was the other one too that we used.
Yeah, that was a big one. And then, we were looking at those charts, but at the same time, we were also looking at, at the end of, I think retail sales peaked in November of 2021, right? And so for me, that was like I think that was where I think it was the December retail sales report came out, and it showed that was like the first like downtick you'd saw in like a very long time. And so you started seeing the data turn a little bit, and the data kind of lined up with technicals, and it was a good call to go to a lot of cash and take profits on a lot of things at the end of November, December. And that's kind of where the two can really complement each other.
Yeah, I guess sometimes it's like sometimes you can see things that will maybe misses, but it can be the other way around as well.
It's more about leading and lagging, right? Sometimes the data leads, sometimes the chart leads, sometimes the data lags, sometimes the chart lags. So it's good to utilize both in a way, because you can catch the leading or the lagging through one or the other. So that's why we have these discussions, so you guys can understand, hey, there's not just one way to look at this market, there's multiple. And if you can utilize all of them to your advantage, both trading and data, you can always stay ahead in a sense of the market, or at least get out before things really hit the fan, right?
So that quant analysis they used to post on FS every morning, that was data driven.
Yeah, I still keep track of that on my personal computer. And I've built like I've built like charts around it. It's actually pretty interesting to follow the ranges on that.
Those posts you used to send us were from a website, or you made those on a Excel sheet? Hedgeye Risk Management has a quant model. Yeah. And that I basically take the data and I plug it into an Excel. I've plotted for the last like 2 years every single data point that they've released on that for like 2 years, and I've been able to build like my own model kind of around their data. And so like when I would post that to you guys, it would be me kind of just giving you my analysis of what the model was like saying, essentially. Right. I don't want to ask too much, but man, you should do those again. Those were actually useful. I looked at those. I don't know. I don't know if you want to do it again, but those are nice. Those are nice.
I think one day we'll get back to that. I've recently been, it's like work's been, a lot. It's been a lot more. There's been a lot more demand on my end for a lot of things. So I hope to one day.
I feel you there.
Yeah.
Same here. I've been crazy busy with that, and spaces on top of it.
I've been trying to like, there's some stuff I'm trying to build on the side and whatnot. So a lot of my time's been, going towards, just that and everything else that I normally do. Right. Cause it takes, just to be able to talk about everything that I've been talking to you guys about, I studied like these are hours like I put in every morning, like every single morning, like studying.
Oh yeah. I'm not negating that. Like I'm sure you spend a lot of time.
I'm more, I know you're not. I'm more so just like letting you know, like, and because you had asked, like, how can you learn? Like you have to like put in the time to do that.
Yeah. If you guys ever say you don't have time, just step in the shoes of Aaron or step in the shoes of me and tell me you don't have time.
No, I understand. That's the thing. Like there's always time.
I know.
Yep.
So, I'll let you guys get back to, you can talk about some altcoins, but I mean, that's more, what I talked about. That's kind of, what I'm still seeing, you still have this deep inversion. You still have slowing economic growth playing out. You do have the biggest risk if you want to be long bonds right now is if you do get inflation reaccelerating, that's probably your biggest risk. But,
Right.
I think there can be some good risk to reward by hedging yourself with some bonds because you get paid, a coupon to wait. And
No
this can just
problem.
be through like an ETF. Like you can get paid to wait on that. And if you're wrong, then you're wrong. But if you're right, it's gonna be like the only thing that's gonna go up on those days is gonna be bonds and US dollars. Gold,
you could
will,
simply hedge. That's it.
yeah.
Hedge both sides.
And gold, because gold will sell off. Like if you get that, like those real bad days that Will's alluding to, like gold will be selling off in that too.
Mhm.
And because gold is like one of the biggest sources of liquidity in the world. And so if there's a fund manager out there who they can't sell they literally can't sell their small cap stocks or crypto, whatever it
They
is,
could sell their gold.
they have to sell their gold to meet capital requirements so they don't get a margin call.
Mhm. And they'll probably sell them under premium too. So that they'll be able to get liquidity from it.
Well, yeah, that's why. Yeah, if you look at like gold on like in 2020, like the 2020 and at one point in 2008, it's literally like it's just a big source of liquidity during those big drawdowns. Even though it often does trade as a bond proxy, so that's a risk for gold, I'd say. But I do like gold. It does well in slowing growth environments. And we can talk about some other reasons I like it, but I don't know if Will wants to get back to some other stuff.
I was just gonna say, like when I said earlier about finding time to learn all this, I'm saying we're probably wasting time what we do. You guys are making it your life as efficient as possible by always being busy with something that is actually gonna help you.
Yeah. I mean, and that's not shade at anybody. Like if you want to live your life, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make as much money in the front end so I can live my life on
a paradise beach.
Potentially. We'll see. It's more for my daughter more than anything.
Right.
I want her to have a good life. So that's what all this is for me.
I remember you made that post, Will, about like, I just came home from work. I just did this. I did that. I spent time with my daughter. I did this. I worked on the course. Like I saw that post. I was like, damn, I could be doing some productive things when I finish work.
Yeah. I mean, as much as we sit there on TikTok and YouTube and absorb a lot of meaningless information, you can utilize that time to learn. I know you may be like, man, that sucks. I'd be working all day. You're working on the front end, right? So you can get rewarded on the back end. You got to think of it like that.
Right.
Well,
even if you're older.
Yeah.
But like, can you also learn while you're exhausted? Because I mean, there has to be like a limit, right? Or
100%.
Like,
yeah, no. If you're exhausted, you got to sleep, bro. 100%.
Well, yeah. People get burnt out. I'm sure Aaron and you have gotten burnt out.
Well, some of these guys probably work physical labor jobs too, so I understand that portion also. That could be very, very exhausting, and yeah, sitting down and learning is not a possibility at that point.
Yeah.
I've been feeling pretty burnt out recently, but I'm trying to.
Same here.
Yeah, you have to do things to like really like remind yourself to keep pushing.
Or like I guess rejuvenate, like recharge your batteries and then get back into it again.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like, I guess I'm not saying that you need to spend all your time, especially if you're exhausted, to be learning. What I'm saying is if you find yourself on TikTok watching cat videos, that could be time that you could utilize to.
Yeah, like instead of watching videos about whatever random things, you could be doing something productive instead of wasting 4 hours before you go to bed every night after work.
Yeah. So, or maybe you could waste 2 hours, right? Just use 2 hours to learn in that 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, and I think that hit home for me when you said that on that post that one time. Like, don't make excuses for not having enough time in the day. You have time.
Yeah, you just have to find where to do it. I found that I really don't watch TV anymore, like at all. And most of the time that I have that would go to TV is to read. I've been reading a lot more.
Learning.
I still watch some TV, and I watch Netflix cooking shows in Spanish. Yeah, it's to continue learning how to speak Spanish and understand Spanish. So
I
That's like
feel
a- I
I feel
guess
like
that's
if you don't know a second language by now, it's almost a waste. Like just learn money. That's your language.
the money language.
If you make enough money, you can hire an interpreter.
Right. Or you could spend a lot of
Yeah.
money learning a language.
Yeah, later. Yeah. The thing is like the biggest thing for everybody is financial independence. Being able to get your own house for your first time. Be like what I want to see from this group, I'll be real with you guys. I want to see somebody could be like, look, I made enough money from the bear run to where I could buy a house,
Yeah.
maybe in
Yeah.
2025, 2028. If one of you guys came back and said
That's gonna be me. That's
that-
gonna be me.
that would change everything for me, right? Like that
Yep.
would be worth my time, right?
Right.
That's what I want to hear.
That would mean the world to you because like you made someone else rich. You've already made yourself rich.
Not even
You're
rich.
trying to
Hey,
help
look,
someone else.
If you bought a house, if you were let's say you got just enough money to get a down payment on a house, that's an exciting thing, right? Let's say you didn't even make it. Let's say your goal wasn't even to become a millionaire. Your goal was just to get a house. Like I'm here to help those people. Like I don't care if your goal is to be a millionaire, if it's to get a house. Maybe you come back and you say, hey, I got a car. That's
Yeah.
still a great feat, right?
Or I bought a new computer.
That's a great thing. Those are the things like that people need to be looking to do and try and lift people up and help them do. Going through here and trying to scam people and take people's money, it's not worth your time, man. It's just not. You could say, well, I could be a millionaire. Yeah, I mean, that's going to come back to you later. It will 100%.
Right.
Like what you do now will reflect in your future. I'll just put it that way.
yeah. Will, the last thing I'll say about certain things I was hearing people talk about crypto, and this goes for like certain stocks at this point as well, that are, once you're like in the stock prices, like once you're starting to get below that, $2 mark, it's really about, is this company like, are they going bankrupt or are they not? And
Yeah.
so it's almost like you need to kind of think about whatever you own. The best way to, like, at that point, you have to think about it not as like almost you're more so buying a call option at that point, right? Because it's literally, and I don't necessarily like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't necessarily want to promote people to invest this way because I don't invest this way or I don't think this way. But it's like, it's more like, is this going to go to zero, or does it have like, is it not? And in that case, it's essentially like owning an option because of the volatility that you have behind it. And, the leverage of, okay, if this really does like get some traction, it's going to do like a 10 or 20x. And that's basically, you get the leverage of the volatility behind that. But
Right.
I don't know. That's kind of the way I think about certain things, is like, and conceptualize it. Not like, I'm not like investing in this, like, because I like the, like I like the project or whatever it is. Like, it's more like, okay, like, is this business like sustainable? Yes. Is it not going bankrupt? It's not going bankrupt. Okay. So let's take some risk. And at that point, owning shares of that stock or some of those tokens or coins, it's like the equivalent of what I would see as like a call option on, future volatility. But,
Yeah, well,
I'll let you respond to that.
oh no, I was just gonna jump into all some people want to
Yeah.
jump to that real quick. We are at like 3 hours, and I just want to kind of scoop through this, but we'll definitely chat again. Like I want to get this real quick, and then we'll move forward. from
Cool,
there.
man.
Sorry, I'm not at all trying to cut you off. Right?
Thank you.
I want you
Thank
to
you,
understand.
Aaron.
No, I appreciate
all the
you
efforts.
guys. I'll catch y'all later.
100%. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Definitely come back
Thank you,
next
Aaron.
week. Don't forget. I don't know if he's still here.
He left.
Oh no, he's here. All right, cool.
Oh.
Yeah. So Cardano, again, I talked about this the other week. Double bottom, right there. Still a buy. Still a buy. Can it come deeper? For sure. Right. Again, I'm looking at Aaron opportunity for right now. Until we get that uninversion, I'll be a little more cautious. But for now, I'm buying. could come down to like 13, 14, 15 cents, right? We talked about this. So
Potentially.
far, so good. Yeah, so this is a buy, and if it comes down, this is a buy, right? Second buy,
Right.
first buy.
Will
for
you
me.
take profits on the alts if this with BTC happens that
No. So right now, I know there's a lot of conversations. Should I take profits or should I not take profits? This is not the place if you're not a daily trader who's experienced and got some years under your belt to be selling for profit and looking for lower and selling for profit and looking for lower, right? That trading range has already occurred. We're starting to move more into the rising side of the circle. So rising side basically means we hit the low end, right? And we're starting to move up on the circle, no matter how far out that is. So yes, you could trade it to the upside, but you're gonna get jacked somewhere, right? Like you don't want to be the person doing that. Just for now, it's accumulation and hold. And if you get $500 in, you get $500 in. You get $5,000 in, you get $5,000 in. Don't overextend yourself to where you have to financially be in a position where you have to sell and you have to pay bills. Do not do that. Okay. Like if you need money to pay bills, keep it in cash. What you are putting in needs to stay in. And you need to put it in somewhere wherever you can keep it, right? Whether it's your MetaMask or your Ledger. And Spence just got fished, right?
On MetaMask, yeah.
Do not ever, I'm telling you guys straight up right now, never, if your seed phrase is on your computer, unless you are going on a brand new computer, never re-put your seed phrase in. If something is asking you to re-put your seed phrase in, it's a phishing site. Okay? Which means that as soon as you put it in, they get access to everything. It's not telling you to put it in because, hey, your wallet's been deleted. So you need to go in and re-put your seed phrase to get back in your wallet. No, it hasn't. That's the website that you're going to is phishing you. All right. Do not put your seed phrase into any website whatsoever that you're connected to. All right. Moving back into alts. Telos, we already talked about it. Looks good. Solid floor. Like I said, we're rounding out this side of the curve, right? The upside. This is the middle. This is your upside. Pay attention to where you are in the chart. Don't get played. Don't be sitting here looking to buy and sell and accumulate based off of profits, because you guys are going to get wrecked. I'm telling you 100%. Like, this is not the side to be playing on. This is the upper end of the curve.
Still bullish on this?
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Yeah, no, I don't think for a second this is not a good play. I don't think for a second I'm not on the right side of the play on this. Look, we're basically in the middle, right? You're looking to build up from here. It doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter if tomorrow it starts going boom, boom, boom. That doesn't matter. All right. It could literally sit here like this into the next bull run.
And then
what's it going to start doing? It's going to start working its way up, and then it's going to start getting interest. Then it's going to start getting interest. And then it's going to start getting interest. And then it's going to, you see how this works? Like you have to have the long-term view here and understand volatility is a thing. You can continue to experience it, but this is where you buy.
It's at what, $4 now? Okay.
Yeah, no. So like, I don't know. So that's a difficult conversation, Daniel. Like, you don't DCA daily, right? You come in, you buy a little bit here, for instance, right? Like if you want to get some ICP, you wait a couple weeks, see where price is again. If it's lower, you buy a little more. If it's extremely high, you leave it alone, go to something else.
Leave it alone, yeah.
Just leave it alone. Go to something else, go buy something else. But this is a solid position to be looking to buy, in my opinion. Could we go deeper? For sure. Sure, we could. Definitely could go deeper, right? But vol is not saying that. RSI, stochastic is not saying that. What are they saying? Stochastic saying oversold, volume saying dead, trend on RSI is saying bullish.
Yeah. And this would be a time where you would.
And you are where? At
the very
the low, right?
But I guess when you're telling us this, you're saying buy and just hold for the bull run if we're not traders.
Correct. 100%. Even if you're a noob trader, don't be trading your whole portfolio. It's just, some of this just needs to sit. I have stuff that's just sitting. Like I have stuff I'm literally not trading at all
for a long time.
Well, no, until next bull run. I'm selling it off.
Yeah. Long term. I guess when I say long term, I guess next bull run. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're talking bull run, sure. But yeah, this is where I'm at, right? So I'm gonna continue to play out the move until the next bull run. You're talking $4. Imagine if it gets back up here. I'm not trying to overhype you guys, but like if it did a full bull roll, like this thing's going back to like $3,000-$4,000.
Because I think I looked at this coin and I guess the supply, the reason why it's so low now is because the supply got diluted, I guess, from that $400.
It got wrecked, yeah. But my anticipation would be somewhere around here, guys. I'm just gonna be real.
Even though the supply is much higher now?
Yeah, the supply is really irrelevant. We got slowing price, we got lower price, like supply doesn't matter.
Is it really more about is it really more about the market cap then?
It's more, well, market cap is just growth potential.
And you got to remember, this is one that got manipulated by FTX when it first came out. So
heavily.
So that all-time high doesn't even count, really.
Yep.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
That's why I gave the price here.
Well, what price is that? $8.90?
$89, $90.
Yeah. Because I was looking at it when it came to inflation. It's inflation. It has a lot of inflation since that time.
I mean, I would say that's a solid 20, right? To that price.
Solid 20x.
Yeah, solid 20x. To that point right there. Well, more like 18, but you guys get it. Like it's a good amount of X's on return. If you look at ICP, we already talked about the ecosystem was good. So now we already talked about Caspa.
Yeah.
What about
sorry, I wanted to ask you about if you finished on optimism. If we talked about that.
Yeah, we'll look at OP when we get to it. It's over here. Okay. So Mara, something I've been speaking about a lot. And I told people, hey, it's gonna move. And we're up here now. And where do you think it goes from here? Which direction? Here, let me ask you guys this. Which direction is the market going right now?
Up.
It's going up, right? What are we seeing here? What is this?
This is an uptrend.
Okay. What are these lows? They're higher lows, right? What is the stochastic saying?
Overbought.
Nope. It's not. What's it saying?
Or it's actually still under.
Above the 50?
It's saying up.
Below, it's about
anytime the stochastic goes this way, you wait for it to top out before you call it.
Right.
Okay. Right. And then once you get up here, you can roll back quick, or you can sit here extended.
So you look at stochastic and RSI, both of them, not just RSI.
I compare them because stochastic, because it hasn't reached the top yet, is telling me that there's lots of room to the upside, right? Between the highs. Stochastic will typically always top out just about in the same zone, right? And it needs to be the blue and the orange, not just one or the other, right? If you look between here and here, we have a lot of room to get there, right? Which means this thing could really move all the way up here to this high if it breaks out. The real key test is going to be to break through this zone. Then we're going to blow up to this zone, maybe consolidate a little bit, and then hit the 32 right here. This is Mara. Does anybody know what Mara is? Mara Digital.
It's a stock. What stock is that?
Marathon.
Okay, what do they do?
Oh man, I forgot. Wait, let me think. Because I've been looking.
Are they gaming?
Crypto mining. Ding, ding, ding. Arkwell knows.
Yeah. Thank you.
So they're a crypto mining company, so they're going to move with the price of crypto, which means that if activity picks up, guess what they're doing? They're making profit. So if they're making profit, what does that mean for investors?
Buy.
Investors are going to buy.
So you put a lot of money to this then, huh?
I told you guys about it.
Yeah.
I posted on it on Twitter.
You
But
did
wasn't it
that
a
a
little-
long time ago, Will. You
Mhm.
start getting in the mirror.
See, it's
I
hard.
remember.
Okay, with stocks is hard because it's like you don't understand how, well, at least me, I don't understand like how fast it moves. So I've been looking at Marathon for like a month and I'm like, I haven't deployed any money. And now I'm like, oh, it'll pull back. But I don't know if it will, you know?
I would say you could really buy anyways up here because once you break this resistance, you have nothing but air all the way up to 32.
Right. You would recommend a lot of money to it.
That's I wouldn't recommend it. But you have a lot of room. 12, 24, what, 36, right? That's a 3x. This stock could literally 3x.
Dang.
It usually goes with the market, though, Will.
Cross the red line.
Yeah,
and then
once you get
retest.
across that red line, you got nothing as resistance.
But like if you wanted to make an entry, right, you want to wait for it to like cross the
You
red line
could.
and then retest on the red line.
I
Or
see that's the hard part, right?
Okay.
A lot of these, because they're curving out of their lows, they're just gonna go, then go, then go. They may come back and retest later,
Yeah.
but you want to capitalize on this move.
But you're not supposed to buy on resistance.
When in a downtrend,
Mm.
when in a downtrend, you are 100% correct. Are we in a downtrend?
I mean,
No.
the RSI is
No.
under the 50.
We roll down, and what are we doing? Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher highs. We're in an uptrend.
Wait,
This
can you
was
show
the
me that?
downtrend. That's your uptrend.
Oh, okay.
So
That's all
I
I'm
mean, the
saying.
RSI under the 50 doesn't. I mean, it's not that important.
It'll peak above. It'll definitely get above there. Well, how
You
do
said
we know
higher.
this? If you look at the RSI on a higher time frame, look. What is RSI doing? Double
Testing.
bottom,
Mhm.
uptrend.
Yeah. Then it'll hit that top line probably. That
Okay.
Probably roll all the way up to this top.
Yeah.
Once it comes up to this top, what's it gonna do? It's gonna roll back and then break out.
Okay.
this is one of your
So double bottoms work on RSI, just like they work on charts. Always watch for these. And we can see here too, look, did strength weaken from here to here? Did strength weaken? No. What'd it do? Strength remained the same even on a lower low.
Accumulated.
So what does that tell me?
Accumulation.
That tells me accumulation. It tells me possible brain just fog. Possible reversal, right? AK bull div. Bull div, double bottom, right? Double bottom, lower low, double bottom, lower low, bull div, reverse.
I have a
The
quick
market's gonna start
question.
trading to the upside. Good.
If you were to move down the time frames, you would have maybe seen a smoother U, right? Like if you'd have gone to the weekly and gone to the
Yep.
12 out.
Weekly
Yeah.
played out perfectly. Look, bull div all day on weekly. And this is why I've been playing weekly, by the way, guys.
And you have a W, kind of.
Easy W, but look, you've got an easy lower low into a higher low RSI, right? So if you're ever questioning the monthly, kick it down to the weekly. And these weeklies they just been killing it on bull divs, man. Like the weekly is the easiest one to tell with the bull divs. I saw it on ADA, saw it on Algo, like a lot of these different projects, man. Like, look, here's the weekly on Algo, right? So if we were to take the lowest point right here, and we were to take the lowest point right here, low to low, what did we do?
Double bottom.
Double bottom, double bottom. So are we gonna go deeper? Probably not.
They have a good pop, right?
Also at the bottom of the stochastic. So how much room do you have to get back to the top on the stochastic?
A lot of room.
Just saying.
If the project is not dead, right?
If the project's not dead, yes.
Which is
correct.
probably most likely it's not dead.
I don't think we would have got a double bottom if it was dead.
So it
Definitely
works
don't
the
think
same
that.
way with the double top, where it's bullish with a double bottom, bearish with a double top.
Yep. Yep. Exactly what crypto did back in 2021, double top.
It's kind of a light bulb. I mean, like we've heard it before, but that's kind of a light bulb moment. Kind of.
Yep. And the weekly, I'm telling you guys, look, the weekly is the best way to tell, right? It's the best. If you look here at RSI, Ethereum's just looking to rip. Right?
Ethereum's looking to rip.
You're bouncing off the 50. You're breaking out of a falling wedge.
So yeah.
So expectations are Ethereum will probably work its way up here to this $2,200 range.
Okay.
Why? I don't know. That's what the chart's telling me.
Well,
you look over here. You have a clear channel forming, right? Low, low, high, high. You'll probably catch rejection here. Now, does it hold the upper level or does it go deeper? That's the other question. We'll see when we get there. But for now, it's up. So Ethereum's saying up, Bitcoin's saying up. Everything else is going to rise together too. Rising tide rises all ships, right? All ships rise together.
Yeah.
If we look here, 30-year fix. Well, what do we notice here? What do you guys see with the 30-year fix here? Let me ask you that. What do you see?
The ball?
The stock is at the top.
It's at the top. All right, what else?
It's bullish.
Bullish. Where was the bottom?
At 2020.
Right there. Bottom was right there. So what that tells me, right there, 30-year fix is going up. All right.
How do you see that?
So you can see right here the trend since it bottomed right here in January 23. And this is why the Fed came out and said, oh, the housing market's already bottomed.
Which you don't believe.
I think the housing market will definitely go deeper. Just probably later, right? It'll occur later.
You think? Yeah.
It's
I'm
just
sorry,
like the
was
SPY
that
housing
wrong?
market goes deeper too. What?
Was that wrong? And is it the RSI that's at the top and not the stock? I'm sorry.
No. So the RSI is at the top, right? But
Okay.
look at the stochastic.
Okay. Yeah. At the bottom.
Stochastic's at the bottom. So
Right, yeah.
even though this is bearish as hell, in my opinion, because you're all the way up here fighting the top end, right?
Right.
Stochastic's telling you back up, we go. So basically, they're trying to float this thing at high premium, so they can hold this thing up here as long as they want, but eventually it's going to come back, and I think that happens after 2025, 2026. And if you look here, boom, drop, boom, drop. Look at my dates.
Yeah.
Look at my dates.
So
It's
you
like
want to
a
try to secure a mortgage like at the bottom, at the RSI, at the bottom of the RSI?
Yeah, or at least for me.
Okay, that's actually really good.
So I'm going to be watching that, but 30 years fix is a very, very interesting chart. And the fact that they were able to entice people back into buying again is insane. I don't know, it's complete insanity to me. But if you look over here too, we're kind of topped in this upper zone right here, but we could get higher, right? We could get higher. If we get higher, I mean, it's not going to be much higher. There's a lot of layers to this for 30-year, right? And to reverse and just start gathering liquidity from these upper zones, you got all these levels you got to go through. This isn't like the SPY where it's nothing but air above a certain price. You have a lot of resistances here. And so we'll see how this plays out. That's a big spike though in 2021. You know what that tells me? That's what that tells me. You guys see it?
Basically a big spike, and then it went down.
And it just continued to fall from there. So interesting stuff. Let's get into, we already talked about sand. Right? We talked about where this is, or no, this is sandstone gold. So kind of like what Aaron was saying earlier with gold, we're starting to see sand like really kind of peak down. My thing is with gold, man, is like this is a tough one, right? Gold can continue to kind of roll to the downside however long it wants to. But the reality is like this is a bullish channel, right? So like gold is, or at least sandstone gold is looking to have a breakout. It can occur here, could occur much lower. You just don't want it to get invalidated on the lows, right? You start getting below the lows, that's where things are really going to go bad. I think there's strong support even all the way into here. So we could see it kind of roll down into this zone way later, as you can see 2025, 2026. You know, maybe see a rollout. We'll see how this plays out, but gold should do bad against everything else if that happens. We did have the peak over here for this one, up to the upside, and now we have kind of, you know, for over here where it's starting to drop in volume. So there's still a lot of volume in this one. I'd like to see the vol drop down and that loss of interest to be able to invest in this, but it's not really something I want to look at right at the moment. CRC, this is one I want to short to the floor. You're probably like, what do you mean everything looks bullish? Why would you short that? Look at this gap. Oof. Need to get on that one. So it's just hard because like this is like just trailing this upside, but it needs to follow. I want to catch the high and roll this all the way down, but like I don't know how long they'll take before they'll actually distribute this all the way back down. I'm kind of looking for them to break this area right here. If they can get below $21, they're more than likely roll back up, and you're probably looking at like 6 months before it'll just fall out. So this is something I'm watching. Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget you guys. That's not my MO at all. Like, has it hindered me like progressing on a lot of things I wanted to do for the community? 100%. But I'm still trying to provide, even though my time is limited, you know, with all the things that I have going on right now. 9 Energy. This one right here is a very interesting one. So very similar to CRC. Big gap, came back, filled it all, went deeper, and then rolled back out. If you can get that on a put, man, like if you get CRC on a put and you actually catch the top of this and roll this down, don't keep chasing it, guys. Like don't be crazy with this stuff, but like it's more of a hopeful scenario that I get to catch this. But if I can get this on a put, and that's why I'm going to put it lower, even though I can put it at 42, because all your puts are on time base. So it's like if you come in and you try and put this too early, you're going to get wrecked. If you try and put it too late, you're going to start chasing. So yeah, it's not really an ideal position. So I'd rather take it a lower position, take less gains, just to secure that I'm going to come down and fill this. Moving into Naka. I thought I had OP up here somewhere. Yeah,
but that's only because it's like a leverage trade, right? That you would take
Correct.
the most safe option.
Yep. And I told you guys about Naka. Ooh, look at that move. Look at that move. Hold on, I gotta post this in BB because they were making fun of me for this. Because they told me that it's on Polygon, it's not gonna play. I was like, watch. These are the plays, guys. Like these are the plays that you want to go for. And I discussed Naka a lot. Man. This is crazy. This is a crazy move from this one.
That's the one that's only available on Polygon Matic, right?
Yep. And nobody wanted to touch it because of that. And
I never wanted to touch Polygon, but actually because of that, I bought like $100 of that one. And I bought a little bit of Polygon to have gas, and then I bought $100 of that. And I never used Polygon before, but I did it for that one because when you told us about it.
Hold
So
on.
this is
I'm
like a
just
short.
naming them real quick.
This is just like a short-term play, nothing long-term.
No, this is until the next bull run.
Oh, this is a good one for you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that they're gonna do really well. I'm just surprised that they're still running like this, man. I got in pretty low on this one.
So okay. What did they do?
This is a gaming platform, man, for crypto. Like I told you guys, gaming all day long.
So
Let me
sorry, go ahead.
let me pull this up real quick.
It's called Naka NAKA.
Don't chase this. Do not chase this.
I was looking at it. Yeah. It might be too late to buy then for the next bull run.
Bro, like this, there might still have some upside. I mean, it's not. Look at the market cap. Look at the market cap.
What
It's
is
not
it
that
at?
big a market cap. 32 mil.
Oh, that's nothing.
It's just when I mentioned it, it was probably sitting around like 6, 8, somewhere in there. So it's got a long ways to go, I think, personally. If you go to their website, it's a solid platform, guys. Like just solid as can be. They got NFT marketplaces, games, yada yada. I know some of you may be in the game, some of you may not, but like this, there's money, right? Just think dollars. Like this thing is one of the most solid platforms I've seen, period, flat out. And I think there's just so much financial interest in this platform. They got Candy Shop, which is like, that one freaking addicting mobile game. You got play to earns, free to plays, free to earn games, like free to earn games. Think about that, right? This was one of the most addictive games on mobile. I forget what it's called, Candy something.
Candy Crush.
Candy Crush. There you go. Yeah, this is very similar to that.
So
How do you think this one compares to Exceed.me, or however you say that one?
Exceed.me.
Well, I think
Yeah.
Exceed.me will do well too. Right? Like I think gaming period is the play.
Like Wilder World.
Yeah, Wilder World, but Wilder World's an individual, right? Exceed.me, Nakamoto, these are platforms that host games, kind of like similar to Steam. So keep that in mind. Yeah.
What were the other?
What's up?
Ultra 2. You mentioned that one as well.
Yeah, Ultra. Yep. That's another one. Like, don't look, if I've posted a game, like those games are solid. And I mean gaming platforms.
Okay, so you're still. I didn't know you were still bullish on that one, Altura.
Yeah. If you look here too, look at Rad. What's Rad doing? It's Chad in the floor. Right? What's RSI doing?
It's going up.
It's going up. So what does that mean?
We probably hit the bottom.
It means every time they come to these lows, people buy heavier and heavier and heavier.
Oh, yeah.
And what happens eventually once they've bought so heavy?
It explodes.
Oh, it can explode, and or what happens? Sellers are out.
Oh yeah.
They've eliminated all the sellers in that buying zone, which means directionally, which way can this thing go?
It'll go up. Yeah.
It can only go up. That's it. No other direction, just up.
What was it called?
Rad, R-A-D.
Is
We
that
talked
another
about
gaming
we
one?
talked about it in 2021.
Oh, okay.
No, it's Radical. So it's a coding
Radical.
software website. It's a really good
Nice.
one too. I think devs will love it, and I think that's what's causing it to get bought up and bid. Again, another weekly HNT bullish div, lower lows, higher lows in strength, bullish div, right? STMX, we talked about this, told you guys it was gonna bounce, and it did. Double bottom. You got lower lows, you got higher lows. It's gonna roll back up. Look at where you bounced off of. Where are you gonna go? How much lower are you guys gonna go from here? Explain to me that.
STMX.
You can't go lower than that. This is the liquidity floor from the high. This isn't even this is on log. Here, let me see what this looks like off of log.
So it's really down.
Where are you gonna go? if the project's still building and they still have a team, look at your numbers. You are at 0.003 cents.
Yeah.
This thing topped out at 10.
10. Wait, 10?
Yeah, 10 cents. So 0.003 cents is 3x every cent. That's 30x to the high.
Dang. Is this another gaming one?
Yes, STMX is another one.
Another one you like, yeah.
It doesn't mean, look, I'm not telling you guys to buy all these. I'm just no, sorry. StormX is a platform actually.
Like Steam?
It's a crypto earning platform. So shop. They look. I was thinking of something else. See right here? eBay, Nike, Sonos, Adidas, New Balance, Levi's, Macy's, Lego, Groupon. You can shop all these through their platform. And they have an Apple and a Android app for these.
Oh, they have an app for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And you think they're very undervalued still?
I mean, everything right now.
Right. Like they could be much higher.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Yeah. The thing is, I think everything is extremely ranked, and upside into a bull run is inevitable. You've got Jasmine, who has just been getting annihilated, but what has Strength been doing? It just continues to build, right? Strong upside. You get above here, like where's your stop at? You have two resistances beyond there. You have resistance 1 and you have resistance 2. Look at your numbers. 0.004 cents. 26 cent high. Doesn't even have to go to all-time high, but imagine if it goes back to $3.
Yeah, but $3 is like 200 billion market cap, I think.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Imagine if it goes back to $3.
But isn't that because that was the concern I had? Like some of these coins that you talk about had supply diluted a lot. Like the supply went up pretty high. So I was wondering if they would even ever go back to those.
Dilution gets calculated in price. So if let's say let's say you do a stock split, right? Your chart adjusts for that stock split. Same thing with dilution. If you dilute, your upper price comes down, your lower price goes up, yada yada, right? All this adjusts with dilution. So price is still correct from the high to the low. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just I don't know if that's true. Is that true in crypto? I thought it was just true in stocks. I don't know.
I think somebody else wanted to jump in there.
Because $3 market, what was the market cap during that $3? And then you compare it, I guess.
Let's see. Jasmine got obliterated.
Because if you, I guess
I mean, you can go to CMC and pull up what the market cap was on each portion.
Yeah. I was looking at the market cap from back then, and I was able to do that divided by the price back then and compare it to the market cap today divided by the price today. And I guess the supply is very much higher than what it was when it was at $3. I don't know.
Well,
that was a concern I had.
You max. It has a max supply. It's not diluted at all. Like circulating is basically 100% almost.
Yes, yeah, I meant to say circulating supply has gone up a lot from when it was at $3.
But I mean, what are they going to dilute you?
Yeah, is this so? It's more of a project that you're bullish on from the fundamentals than it is the price.
A little bit of both, but I like the price better. The chart looks good. Everything lines up for what I look for. So, like, why would I not be interested in it? You know?
Yeah.
The chart looks really good. Team's there. Good project.
They're in Japan. Japan, yeah.
Real people, real photos. Like, real. Looks like what they're trying to build. Real company. right?
Research. What do they do? Sorry, I don't know what they do.
Well, Jasmine in general.
Yeah, what is this, like layer 1?
Yeah, well, I don't remember specifically. It's been a while since I looked into the project.
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
Yeah, well, I'll give you the MO on it later. I just want to
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'll look into it.
Yeah, Jasmine's an L1.
Okay. And then me and Tads were talking about like Cadena and Caspa as being later ones that I don't know if you were still bullish on Cadena as well, or Velas.
Yeah, because I think everybody's hating on them, so that's good for me. The more you hate, the more I can buy.
Like Velas.
Yeah. So VIX completely obliterated. I think VIX is going this way directionally, right? So it's going to be one of these now. We were in an uptrend, solid uptrend, and now we're in a cool down phase on VIX. So VIX is going to do one of these, and eventually it'll end up down here, right, in the 8s and 7s. And at that point, look, if you're not super bearish at that point, I can't help you, because we get down here, it's over. It's over. Like everything's getting wrecked. So that's the area to watch. We got a double bottom right here. Could definitely come up a little bit higher, but you start getting below 10 VIX, just I'll be pretty heavy cash at that point. Moving into what do we got here? FUV. I don't know if this one's going to zero anymore. I'm starting to wonder. Starting to wonder. Vol has dropped completely off a cliff. RSI looks floored. Stochastic looks forward. FUV Arcimoto. If this does okay, you will do stupid numbers. Like this is a stock company at $1.40, high end at $740. This thing would be like a 650x if it goes back to all-time high.
Super high risk.
Super high risk.
Don't you think Don't you think it's dead at this point?
No, I don't think it's dead because it's still operating.
What is this? Is this? Oh, this is a stock. Okay.
Yeah, it's a stock company. So they have been getting destroyed though. So there's a lot of decent news on them. Arcimoto Inc. stock price. Like I'm just looking through the news here. Yeah, this looks like yeah, I don't know, man. Like I think they'll still be okay. Just look into them if you guys want to look them up, find out what they do and stuff like that. I want to get to the rest of these charts here, but yeah, I'll put this is kind of like their financials. And that's the other thing you could look at too with stocks, right? Like if you're ever worried about a stock, look through their financials, right? That will tell you everything. But this is Arcimoto. They're basically EV again, right? But they're more like kind of gimmicky EV, but like delivery drivers. I think these will do really well in like places like third world countries, like extremely well.
Like densely populated.
Yeah, Florida, they'll do well, right? Like, and the reason I said third world countries is because like this looks very similar to like places like in the Philippines, like things that they drive there, like one person.
What is it
vehicles.
called? Tuk-tuks. Tuk-tuks.
Yeah, tuk-tuks. There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. This looks very similar. See how they have a passenger in the back, and then they have these ones for delivery. See how it has delivery. This looks very similar. Like a lot of Asian countries have vehicles like this, man.
Yeah.
So like these things, I think could be popular.
The reason they use those is because they're smaller and it's more dense in these countries.
Yeah, because the roads aren't as wide either. That's
right. They drive these to get around. Like in Thailand, they have these.
Yeah, like they do motorcycles or trikes. They typically don't buy cars because they're too expensive. And plus, this thing right here, I'm pretty sure they have solar and electric. So like you don't have to. You can just basically set it in a parking lot and charge it, more or less.
That would be cool for like countries in like South America too, like
places without a big electric grid.
Yeah, or for people like that move out there, like expats, like I could just see them just rolling in these things.
Right, expats would drive these.
So I'm kind of bullish on it. I don't know if it's worth $740, so we'll see if we go back to top 5.
You actually bought one of these, right?
Yeah, no, I bought. I'll tell you guys, I put $500 in it, which
Oh no, I meant
for
like
me is not
you
too
bought
bad.
the vehicle.
Oh, no, I didn't buy one.
No.
No, man. Like, I'm not wasting money.
But that sounds pretty cheap. 700? That's cheap.
Well, to buy one of these? Oh, I don't know what
Yeah.
the price is to buy one.
Oh, I
No,
thought that's
no.
what you were saying.
No,
These
I
are like-
put some in it. They're 20 grand.
Yeah, that's a
Oh, I was
lot.
gonna say I could start a business right now if they're $700. Like shit.
Yeah,
Well,
I guess they're priced in depending on what they do. So they have deliverables. Probably has like a refrigerator heater back here, 25 grand. This one
That's
right
too
here is like
expensive.
utility.
That's too expensive for a third world country then.
Well, I would think like if they're gonna sell these, they're probably gonna sell like a cheaper version, cheaper material. You know what I'm saying? To a third world country, and then rapid response. Like these are all like all your high end ones. I don't know what their cheap ones are. Let's see. Buy now.
you should buy one.
Yeah, 19.9. Yep, that's their base price. I don't know, man. Like that's the price of a car though.
Yeah.
NGL, man, NGL, not a good look. We'll see.
I don't know.
I did throw some money at this though. Just we'll see how it plays out. Bitcoin is where it is, 30,400. We got above the previous highs here. As long as we remain above these highs right here, we're good. Need to stay above 29.5, right? We get below 29.5, a little sketchy there. Let's try and stay up here.
Wait, you said if it stays above 29, that's good for what?
Good to continue through. Price to
To go to
up.
50 to go to 50K?
No, we're not speculating that. We're 35. And if
Oh,
we
okay,
blow through it, right, get into the 40s and we start entertaining higher numbers.
Okay, so 35K if it stays above 29K for now, and then after it won't go after 35K, it'll probably go back down to the lows.
Yeah, potentially. But if we look here too, the interesting thing is your BTCD, like we talked about here, a roll back up to here, maybe roll the high, come back, and then roll up. We'll see how this plays out. But this is basically essentially impulse 1. I'm looking for a roll back into impulse 2, and then I'm looking for a roll back into impulse 3, and then we're gonna get our full on bull run from there. So that's what I'm looking for right now for BTCD. Cake. Pretty interesting. It can't go any lower. So either you buy here and see where it can go, or you avoid it altogether. Right?
Rejected the low pretty hard, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It rejected very hard, and you're already seeing the spike, right? You got the spike in volume here, kind of trying to slow this drop, and I think they've achieved that. And now they may consolidate here. Maybe you get a move back out. We'll see.
The cake's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So I would say this is an ideal place to be buying cake, personally. Moving into krill, we talked about this. Moved back down to the lows again, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. More of a rounding, right? We could definitely see a big dip, and before we see a move out. But if we saw a big dip, I would expect it to be fast, move back up fast, recover, and then start to veer out on the other side. We talked about vol drop. Vol drop is completely at its lows. RSI stochastic looks really low, right? RSI looks really bullish to the drop. Yeah, this looks like it's ready to go. Like it's not, can I buy 2 cents cheaper, 3 cents cheaper, 1 cent cheaper? Like if you're interested, you buy here. Period.
Strap your bags in now.
30.5, looking good on Bitcoin. I like it so far. Like I said, stay above that 29.5, we're good. Get below that, we can start questioning price. Moving to the Dow. This is something I was looking for Dow. It's a falling bullish channel. So we are kind of lowering down. We're getting lower highs, compress moves to the downside. Maybe revisit these lows, maybe pop here, maybe pop here. We'll see. This is the area where you need to be watching. It did. Sorry, excuse me. It did hit this bottom 3 times. Did dip a little lower here, so that's a triple bottom right here. In my opinion, this is upside from here. Doesn't really go that far beyond that. Florida's Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, 2.5. Yep. So this is another one I was talking about too. So inverse head and shoulders. Yes, it can roll back down before it does the inverse, but it's gonna roll out, guys. Like this is an inverse head and shoulders all day long. Like, look, touch, 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 higher, higher, lower. Everything's there. Everything's there. I expect Dow Jones to blow. And once it gets through here, there's no resistance. Like this thing is just gonna go straight up, probably hit all-time high. Might catch a little bit of resistance here before that happens, but like there's nowhere else for it to go. PLTR, boom, finally got the rejection. Jeez, I sold up here. I was hoping to God it wasn't going to keep going, and it stopped finally. Support. Maybe down here in like the 1156. I can't see them letting them recapture all the liquidity here, right? So I think we come back, maybe tap the golden pocket. If not, we hold here and roll out, right? We consolidate and then roll out from here. So we'll see how this goes, but it's going to either be here or here. But both of these would be DCAs if you're interested. I got out up here, so in the $16-15 range. Yeah, I might buy a little bit back in here and then see if I can catch a little lower. We'll see. NVIDIA, definitely in a topping pattern. I want you guys to look. How can I identify this in a topping pattern? Anybody tell me? What shape do you see there?
It's rolling over.
What's making you say it's rolling over?
You've got just those two candles. The top, it's tried to push high, but then hasn't. You got the RSI. So you got the RSI right at the top. Oh, the stochastic, sorry.
Both.
It's rolling the ceiling.
Both stochastic and RSI.
RSI is right at the top. That's double topped.
Yep. That's one thing. But let's eliminate.
How about the momentum? Looks like it's losing momentum.
Yep. It looks like it's losing momentum. But what shape would you say is occurring up here?
It's
rounded top.
It's the long blue.
Rounded top. Somebody hit it.
Right.
Always look for it and try and draw it out how you would imagine it happening. It doesn't happen like this, guys and girls. It happens like this. Always remember that. Now, where should the expectations of the pullback be? Anybody tell me? Where should I be looking for
liquidity there?
Top of this liquidity?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Nope. Anybody else? I would tell you they're probably going to do this and be tricky. Do you see it now?
Wow, yeah. S curve.
And why are they going to do that? They're going to leave this behind. Now, why would they leave that behind? With the SPY. What did they do there?
Head and shoulders.
They came back and recaptured liquidity later. Found support just above price. So even though we had the smaller curve here, what you're getting here is a 3-tap high into a longer distribution, into a longer accumulation.
Turn that other chart upside down.
Look, when we accumulated, that's the accumulation range. A lot of people look at it like it's just a W. No, This is a curve move, right? It dropped, curve, up, came back into the curve, and then came up. You got to zoom out and look for those distribution and accumulation zones. Look, what did it start to do here? What did it start to do? Started to curve, right? Up, curve, down, curve, up, and then curve, down, curve, up, curve, down, and then directionally change direction, right? Curved up. And now I'm looking for it to curve down. Now, just like this big accumulation, this becomes a big distribution. What do we call that? We call that a rebalancing, right? Big accumulation, big distribution. Much later. So the people that got in here are capitalizing here. Hence the AI push. Wink, wink. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? But I think that's what's occurring here with this, with NVIDIA on a bigger scale. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means NVIDIA can go up higher, right? It can go up higher. But what else does that mean? That means NVIDIA can also go lower from where it's at. And this isn't that bad if you think about it. Like, they started here, right? Like, coming back to here is not a bad distribution at all. Even if you come up here and you hit these $600 ranges for NVIDIA. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, good talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it does.
We talked about Marathon. Let's see. Carnival. This one was interesting. Ooh, they got me. They got me. Look at that. No longer a bearish channel. We are now in the uptrend. How do I know we're in uptrend? Because we got above all these resistances finally. So now we're going to pick up, pull back, pick up, pull back, pick up. And there's your resistance. And there's your target, $74. So no problem, Madonna, for sure. I'll see you next week. Definitely something to keep an eye on. We're at 3:43 hours. Yeah, it's 43 minutes. All right, I'm gonna try to run through this quickly. Rivian caught me off guard. Caught me off guard hard. Right. I had some calls on this. I had to drop them. Got wrecked. Yeah, we went over sand towards the beginning. I would just recommend we go back through that in the video once I post it. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Ryan. Sorry. So we had the breakout here. We're pulling back into the range. Really the reality is we'll probably find support in here and then roll back out. I closed my calls, but I am going to reopen my calls in this range. Even though I took a little bit of a hit or a shave on them. So I'm looking to reopen these on Monday. I'm looking to put them out for the end of next month. So just so you guys know. I wouldn't say necessarily follow me into that. Could be completely offsides on my positioning here, but I am expecting Rivian to move because we are seeing EVs catch attention. So definitely interesting play. Rumble, we talked about this. Full uptrend, easy pop out. I think it's going to break out to the upside, right? Not a lot of resistance here. Hex, maybe consolidating. I don't know. That's a big volume move right there, right? We're at the lows on our side, low on stochastic. So if you're bullish on it, this would be an okay place to DCA, right? SMH, I think they're double topped. Could be wrong, but I think this is an M formation high, right? So SMH gets destroyed all the way back down to 48. Semis. Now, again, I could be wrong on this call. I'm looking at vol drop. I'm looking at move up. That means the enticement to the upside is not really there anymore. And now they could always deviate a little bit higher, right? But like, I think downside is inevitable for cities. Coming over to Zoom, Kathy Woods did not do a good job pumping my bags, but it's okay. I'm still in lower than she is. And, I'm looking for a curve out of this move. So if it takes longer, it takes longer. This is just allowing me to accumulate more if I need to or want to. So I'm evaluating it. I think I might add more to my Zoom position here, but we'll see. I'll let you guys know if I do. Roblox, full rejection at the high. Could continue to consolidate here sideways before the breakout move, but I'm expecting Roblox to make a big move out of here into this upper zone. Once you get into this upper consolidation zone, Roblox is now in a safety position and really can retest that high. I don't know if Roblox actually ever gets out of this accumulation range, to be real with you guys, but like this is a good buy from here to here, right? So definitely something to keep an eye on. It reminds me of Twitter. And Twitter, where price action was trapped for multi-years and just never moved out of it. Google, interesting play here. Nice pullback, probably back to the lower range here around 119, 120 if you're looking for an entry. Then I expect it to kind of consolidate, maybe play high from there. We'll see how that plays out. Up only, right? Ulta Beauty. No, I'm sure. I don't know what it is with Ulta, man, but people love it and they just keep on buying. So we'll see what happens here. But this very much reminds me of a Tesla play, right? You get the bear flag playing out, playing to the long side, you think it's going to break down, and boom, it just breaks out, reverses against you. Tesla's done this many times. You got the ball drop. I think once we start getting these lower ranges, wherever we are is the bottom, and that thing's going to reverse back up. So good luck playing against that one. You guys want to see an up only? Here's an up only. Just buy anywheres and it just continues to go up forever. No, it's a joke. But it's not a joke. It is a joke, but it's not a joke. Yeah, so vol is just ripping. This thing had just never. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to make of it. This is a stock company. For those of you probably wondering, right? And you're probably like, where do I get in? I would say just avoid it. Right. I can't give you a safer position on this. Like if you aren't in it, yeah, don't chase this. But it looks great, right? It looks great. I love it. I love showing it to people too. They're like, what? This one right here, SPY. So maybe a pullback. We'll see. Probably back to the highs here, 4333. I want to see SPY come up and hit these highs, man. I really do. I want to see them swing into, maybe this zone and reject. That'll probably be a rejection, 46.31, or, maybe even all-time high. We'll see. But this is where I expect the market, to start topping out. It could be up here. It could be somewhere in here. This is your topping range for the market, in my opinion, against the 10 and 2. Now, it all depends on if the uninversion is occurring. We're setting at all-time highs because I think those will be detrimental red flags to be looking for exit positions. Yes, Nat Gas is starting to move bullish. Yes, I have positions in this for the year. I think it will play out. I got in here at the lows. Look, I got calls all the way into December because Nat Gas does well in the winter time. So I think it's going to do really well here. We got this upper side right here, starting to roll over, broadening wedge, good potential to move back up to the highs. We can really make some real numbers here. We can get up to 14, 15, somewhere's in there, but these call positions could print. They're already printing as is, but they could really print if this thing goes. Coterra Energy, not doing
Just
too
what
hot.
leverage did you put in on natural gas?
Oh, so I basically put in calls, right? So
Okay.
I did call positions for, I believe it was $7 by December.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's time based and dollar based, right? So it's whatever the call is, and it's usually the majority of calls get the say on what dollar amount, but I think it was in the $7 range. But you do your call based on, you know, how far out you think it'll take, and then what dollar amount you think it'll get to. So definitely a
Yep.
good position for this one. Moving into CVE, another energy just getting destroyed over here. I mean, that's a nasty way to the lows, but I think they're at their low end range here. This is a consolidation range from the bounce all the way back here. So I don't really see them coming back to guide this liquidity. If they break to the downside, this will be a downtrend. It'll no longer be an uptrend. That won't be good. So I'd like to see them continue to consolidate and break out. Oxy, we'll see definitely a breakdown from the highs. Done this 4 times now. If Oxy gets wrecked here, man, like this thing, like you see this, look, it just for some reason wants to come revisit this position. I don't know why. If it continues to break down and breaks this 44, it's just gonna puke all the way back down here to 14 again. Like these, whoever's trading or whoever's like in this for like the long haul, they are getting destroyed. They just like, this has got to be the worst type of stock that you'd want to be in. Hopefully it does a full on reversal, breaks out the high here, but like this thing has been trapped liquidity for a long time. Euro dollar breakdown position. So euro's doing really bad against the dollar, but it looks like it might try to reverse here. This is a bullish channel. So if they can break out against the dollar, that would be really good. I would call this 1, and I would call this 2, whatever this breakout was, and then pull back, and then 3, and that'd be a 3-wave high, and then you roll over and all that good stuff. But we'll see how this plays out. So another one I talked to you guys about, told you about the reversal. Boom, boom. Look at where we're at right now, $4. Could roll back down to the lows again. I think you're going to get more opportunities for entries here, but like I think FILE is a great accumulation coin. See me maybe like, well, why would I buy it? It looks like crap. It's sold off. Yada yada. This thing tends to ramp up really well going into the bull run because a lot of these NFT projects and other projects, they need things like what? Like storage, right? What does Filecoin offer? It offers decentralized storage for a fee. A lot of these projects will utilize them. They will pay them. So they will start to buy into this early, and then they'll continue to keep buying into the bull run because they got to keep on supporting the people that they, you know, their customers. So you'll just see that price rise and rise and rise and rise and rise, and then you sell into them, sell into those companies that are utilizing it. Atypical play, I've talked about it in the past with you guys. File storage is always big every cycle. So nice accumulation range to the upside. Really, I think they could play this just like this, kind of really slow and methodical. And then once you get up to like these upper ranges, like up here, now you're just in full on breakout mode all the time. Right, so shop looks really good from where it's standing. We'll see how it plays out. Directionally, it's up, but it could always directionally change. It's one of those type of stocks, so just gotta keep an eye on it. Tesla, I think Tesla will be retesting higher prices. They got above the gap, they filled the gap, now they're rolled back under the gap. So now it's kind of a consolidation, probably into another pop, right? Maybe another month or 2 before it's move out. Yeah, we discussed algo already. Yeah, algo's more towards the beginning, and I will be posting this afterwards, so you guys will get a chance to go back through it. But yeah, we discussed a lot of that. I think algo's a good play. I know not everybody feels the same way. There's a lot of people who say, oh, they diluted the pool. Dev team dumped on everybody, yada yada. But it has traction. It has developers, so definitely something to keep an eye on. Directionally, again, ARC is another one of those that has moved out of these lows. You know, long. It's got a long build here until it doesn't. So if it continues to hold this, it's a good scenario that this becomes an accumulation range and a rollout, right? And we know kind of over here somewhere before it ends up breaking out. That breakout then occurs. It comes all the way up here to like 70. Everybody and their mom tells you, oh, you didn't buy ARC at $40. And you know, all that good stuff. Your typical anons, but the reality is it's like you got to kind of let the thing play out, right? You can buy here. I think it's an accumulation range. Like I said, you can wait for the low end, but I think you're okay here because you know within weeks you'll be at that price range anyways. Moving into total. So total crypto market cap has not really moved. Interesting, right? Interesting. Look at that. Came back, hit my support, bounced right back out. And now we're kind of like in this upper like consolidation range, kind of a weird spot to be in. But we could roll back pretty hard to this lower one again, to the 1,900,000,000,000 range before we roll out. We just got to keep watching the market to see if that'll
So does that
occur.
mean, like no new money is coming into the market?
Yeah, it just means money's really getting swished around, right? We're getting a topping pattern here, just like we got a bottoming pattern here. But on a bigger scale, this is one big bottoming pattern. Make sense? Like these are just the smaller patterns within the bigger pattern. But it just means that money's just swishing. And then, you know, once you get that breakout, then new money starts to come and you just start to rock it.
Means don't sell.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this is kind of like your range, right? This is where we're ranging on liquidity right now. This is the lower end of the pool. And just like this right here was the upper end of the pool, right? You got that nice circular top. You hit once, come back up, hit again, but it's really just a circular top distribution. And that's why I
So
expect
this-
the bottom to play like the top, which is a round top.
So this doesn't indicate like any liquidity like leaving the market
Correct. Yeah.
at this point.
Not at this point. There was liquidity leaving. But once you started coming back up, that was liquidity coming back in. Right. And now you created a consolidation range, which means that the liquidity is just getting swished back and forth between projects, whales fighting whales, and, you know, people accumulating the lows as they occur. Make sense?
Yeah, got it.
So basically the I would say the total has been caught. Somebody came in and caught the bottom. And how else can you identify it? Vol drop, right? Vol drop is also there. You've been breaking out against vol drop. So we could see one more capitulation event before the halving and then a breakout position from there. Or we could see a big pop from vol drop and then from there see a capitulation event and then halving. And that's my 50K to 30K thesis. If we get a big pop in liquidity, right? We hit 50K on Bitcoin, roll back to 30. We don't get a big pop. We kind of settle where we are in that 35K range, roll over into the lower 20s, and then pop out from there. Moving into total 3. So I talked about this many times, and it looks like they want to come back down and retest it. We'll see if we can get these lower prices, but we basically double bottomed, right? On total 3, which is just the altcoin market. So that was an ideal place to take a position. We did catch a rejection on the previous highs, right? So we have to be careful here because if it trends back down, we want to see it kind of hold here and break out, or we want to see it break down, right? So it's one of those areas. This is why I said now is the time to accumulate. Why? Because yes, while your alts can get wrecked worse, and I would not say things like Algo because they're already on floors. I would say things like maybe Matic or BNB or whatever because they're already floated so high, or things that are up only for a while. Those right there will probably be the ones that get wrecked in that scenario. But you need to be accumulating here because if this does occur and the pop out occurs, you're going to have a pullback, but you're not going to get that price anymore. Whatever the bottom price was will be set in, right? So you want to have exposure to that for your DCA. Oh, we talked about dollar, Russell, big puke on that one. Nothing too excited about that. Carvana, nice move on seat Carvana. Interesting play here. It looks like a double top on vol from here to here. We'll see what happens from here. Roll on the bottom. RSI looks bottom. Stochastic looks like it wants to point up. Looks like it might want to run. AMD full on rejection from here. So this is like a reversal almost, right? So it had the pop, the consolidation, and the drop. So like now I'm starting to wonder if this is going to start moving back the other way. It's a very interesting move on AMD. Desktop metal, something I'm watching. This right here for me is a build long, looking for a breakout, push up to 3, maybe $5, something like that. Yeah, that's where I would say a lot of that's going. So. Yeah, I'll look at those last two, and then I'm gonna wrap it up from there, guys, because we're here like 4 hours. I mean, Monero personally, like I would not use that as an investment tool. It's good for like it's good for transacting under the radar. But like as an investment tool, I don't know if I'd utilize it for that. I'm here. Bye. What did I just open? Hold on. Standard. All right, there we go. Yeah, see, I mean, it's just pretty much flat. There's really nothing, there's nothing going on with this. Like, there's people who bought it, but yeah, it just looks flat. Weekly. Looks like Stochastic wants to move, maybe. RSI maybe, falls dropping. I mean, it could go up from here, but like, I don't know. I don't typically speculate in the Monero specifically because it's one of those coins that's gonna have a hard time with adoption because it's, you know, completely freaking invisible to the government and they're never gonna allow that to be a thing. I mean, you got a big move here on the weekly. That's it, right? I mean, you could very easily double top here. I mean, this right here to me looks like a bear flag. If you get back to the highs, I'd be cautious. Maybe another breakdown position. We'll see how this plays out. It should move with the market though. The market's moving up and it should do okay, but like it's just I don't know. It's like one big buildup in the 21 and then one big breakdown. And if you look at like I mean, you got a big move from there. 1975.
I think it's good if you want to mine it because you can mine it with a CPU.
Yeah, if you can get it for free, for sure.
Yeah,
100%. You're up 100% off the lows. You know, if you move back to here, 200, like your all-time high is 400%. So like, yeah, if you're getting it for free, definitely a play. But like, I would hold what you're getting for free into the next bull run. But like, if you're not getting it for free, I don't know if I'd want to invest in it personally. I mean, if you're looking for a 4x, buy Bitcoin. If you think it'll do exponentials over all-time high, sure, but I don't know that because I think the government will cap this due to regulation and trying to shut down things like this. They did that with Tornado Cash too, just so you guys know. Like they arrested the guy who made Tornado Cash. Because they're trying
really?
to say,
when did that happen?
It happened a while ago. Let me pull it up quick.
They threw the dev in prison.
Yep, they threw him in prison. Yeah, so it happened November 2022. So that's why I said you have to be cautious with these because like they could do the same thing when Monero's created. See right here. They're basically trying to get him on money laundering, bunch of other stuff because of Tornado Cash. I even had some dude like in Spaces try to tell me he could track my money into Tornado Cash and back out. I was like, no, you can't. He's like, yeah, you can. It's like, dude, it's random unlock and they give you a random number. You put in whatever and they give you a random number back to a random wallet. There's no possibility of you ever figuring out, where that went. And each disbursement, not even Tornado Cash itself, the app really knows like what wallet's what, right? It gets cash in, it's told to deliver it to a specific wallet out, and that's it. Or crypto rather. I know a ton of people in 2021 that literally laundered their money through Tornado Cash. And I don't mean like through like illegal drugs, but like laundered their money through it in a way to try and evade taxes on money they made in the crypto space. Interesting time. Yeah, it's still, I mean, it's not really up. I mean, look at where it's at. It
looks like a stable coin.
Yeah, it's trading the range, right? A lot of other coins they've been destroyed, but they came straight down and now they're trying to get out. Oh, Tornado. Oh yeah. I don't know. It's because people could still use the protocol even without the debt. And he told them that, but they still arrested him. He told them that. Hold on, let me pull that up real quick. Tornado. Oh no, this is wrecked.
So what did they arrest him for? Because he didn't do anything illegal.
For creating a site that's basically can money launder.
That's not him money laundering, huh?
No, it's not, but they're using that as the reasoning, right?
But if he's got a good lawyer, he'd probably get out.
Well, I mean, he's in jail, so I don't think he got a good life.
Oh, he got sentenced and everything.
Yeah, like it's pretty crazy.
That's fucking bullshit.
It is. I agree, 100%. And he even told them like he's like, I didn't do this for malicious purposes. It's like I just did it so people can like mix their money up if they want to and get it back.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh, it says right here. Actually, there's an update for this April 20th, 2023. Tornado Cash dev Alex Pertsev set to be released from prison under surveillance.
Ah, see, they couldn't get him.
And this was August of this year.
Yeah, the justice system moves so slow.
Bro, he sat in jail that long?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, what they're probably gonna do is they're probably gonna be like, you can't use computers. So we'll let you out, but you can't use computers.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna wrap things up here. I'll post the video tonight. Don't worry, guys. You guys will all get access to it. I saw this post on Reddit, but don't get info from Reddit. It's the worst place to get info. Just follow price.
Sorry, Will. Just looking at Tornado Cash there. So, although everything going on with it, does that not look like a bullish div?
No, it is. Yeah, you're getting buying pressure and a selling pressure. 100%. This is this. That's all it is. So,
would you risk it? You reckon?
Where did we end up at? Oh, dang. Yeah, but I would do the same thing with ICP. I would only shoot for like here max.
Yeah.
I would not attempt to try and be like, oh, we're gonna go to 1,500.
No.
I'm not saying it's not possible, right? But like, that's where I would shoot for. I mean, imagine being the person who bought here.
Yeah, right.
Like if you bought here, by the time you get there, you're dumping your whole bags.
Man, it just doesn't look like it wants to break that floor, does it?
Well, no, it's got buying pressure. See? Got buying pressure against the selling pressure. That's why I said like it's more of a round out. That's how a lot of these look. I bet you in this next bull cycle, you'll be able to see this round bottom perfectly. It's round until it's not. So you're getting a chance to accumulate, and then all of a sudden, boom, then boom, then boom, and you're waiting for it to come back to the round. and boom, you know, I'm not saying it's gonna do this, but like this is how things move,
Yeah.
right? They just do some stupid thing and then they just jump out of the lows and then you've missed it. You missed it. That's just what it is.
Would they block your wallet for buying it?
I don't think you'd be able to operate on a lot of centralized exchanges, but they can't block your wallet, right? You can't send it to a centralized exchange, I wouldn't think. It looks like this is only on Polynex. I didn't see it on Binance or
So you need to send your funds to another mix.
oh nope, they have it on Binance too. Look, that's how Binance is moving their money. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Guys. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
It might have stopped. The chart might have stopped.
Here's Binance right here. Similar thing here on Binance. You got the big drop.
Pool rejected off the bottom there.
And I think it's still trading on Binance too, the way it looks. Oh no, I don't think it's trading on Binance because look, this is much lower. One of these is not trading. I don't know. We'll see. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up
Thank you.
here. We'll chat on it. Keep an eye on these things. Definitely interesting times. I'll see you guys next week. We'll chat again.
Thanks, Will. Thank
No
you.
problem.
Bye.
I'll post the video shortly for those of you
You
who missed the
will.
beginning. No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
All right. See you guys.